Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Watch it on 24 westbound. They're still out there with paving work this morning. It's just one lane westbound 24 between Old Hickory Boulevard and Haywood Lane, at least for now, till they pick it up. In the news, brace yourself. It's actually a little bit chilly out there this morning.
This morning is certainly very cool to start off the day, as many of us are down in the 50s. A few spots will even end up in the 40s this morning, but there's more all-day sunshine today than what we had yesterday when we had to battle through all of that cloud cover. We still work our way back to the low and mid-70s.
WSMB4 Stefano DiPietro, looks like a gorgeous day ahead. Well, there is breaking news to start out our day. Hamas has agreed to a peace deal that was designed and pushed by President Trump to end the war in Gaza and bring the remaining hostages home. And this is how it sounded in Israel this morning in the place known as Hostage Square. Celebrations going on there in Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it is a great day. He'll convene his cabinet today to ratify this agreement. He has invited President Trump to address the Israeli parliament on Sunday. And if all goes according to plan, those hostages will be released on Monday. Other news, Metro Nashville police are trying to find the hit-and-run driver who killed a man in North Nashville Tuesday night. This happened near Robert Churchwell Museum Elementary School.
Officers say the man was walking down the road when a dark-colored SUV hit him and then drove away. The man later died at the hospital. Police have not ID'd him yet.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks turned higher in afternoon trading after the release of the Federal Reserve's minutes from the last policy meeting. They show more interest rate cuts could be on the way this year, even as board members expressed a wide range of views on monetary policy. The Dow was nearly even. The Nasdaq added 255 points. The S&P gained 39. Artificial intelligence also contributing to the gains. Advanced Micro Devices climbed 11%, building on earnings both Monday and Tuesday after unveiling a long-term deal with OpenAI. Investment bank Jefferies fell almost 8% after disclosing details about its exposure to First Brands Group, a supplier of aftermarket auto parts, and filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection early last week. And gold continues its climb, rising over $4,000 per ounce. Investors have traditionally seen gold as a way to protect against rising inflation. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Right now, stock futures are on the plus side. We've got the Dow futures up 27, S&P futures gaining just a bit, just about a half point this morning. The NASDAQ futures, however, are down 3. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so once again on 24 westbound, they're still working. It's that paving work that has just one lane open. It's frustrating. 24 westbound between Old Hickory Boulevard and Hickory Hollow Parkway. They are currently picking up the barrels, so this will be out of here soon. West Nashville on I-40 eastbound. It's between 46th Avenue and 51st Avenue. Exit 205. There's a semi-truck that's stalled out. It's stuck in the left lane. It looks like it may be there for a little bit of time this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I can tell on TV because CNN is on in the studio. CNN is choking on this headline about the peace deal between Israel and Hamas. I mean, you can tell that their attitude of reporting this story about Donald Trump brokering this peace deal, it's like they just don't want to be reporting it. But this is a very, very big deal. By the way, good morning, friends. Welcome on in to October 9th. What a past 24 hours it has been since we were last together. A peace deal in the Middle East brokered by Donald Trump. Now, I think if you are anywhere on social media right now, you will see the people dancing in the streets of Gaza. And by the way, some of those people, you can tell there's no famine in Gaza. I'm just saying. But other than that, everybody's excited. People are excited in Israel. People are excited in Gaza. People are excited all across well, they're not excited at CNN. That I can tell you. But this is what Donald Trump said. He posted this. I am very proud to announce that Israel and Hamas have both signed off on the first phase of our peace plan. This means that all of the hostages will be released very soon, and Israel will withdraw their troops to an agreed-upon line as the first steps toward a strong, durable, and everlasting peace. Now, that's going to be the big question. Okay, so can they actually see this one through? Is this going to be the peace deal for all ages? Now, we'll get into all of this. The president says, again, in this Truth Social post, all parties will be treated fairly. This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America. And he says, we thank the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey who worked with us to make this historic and unprecedented event happen. Blessed are the peacemakers, says Donald Trump. And he says, no, thank you for your attention to this matter. Did not say that, but he does say Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. So this is a very big deal. And I think that this is something that the president has been wanting to do, obviously, for quite some time. Need some video. Now, the big thing here is that the hostages that Hamas are holding, and the live ones and the ones that have been murdered as well, they're supposed to be released by Monday. And so this is what the president said to the families of the hostages. This is really an incredible moment. This was President Trump, and he's got, I forget who this is, but one of his cabinet members is with these folks, the families of the hostages, and he's got Donald Trump on the phone. Listen.
President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Thank you. Just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much.
I mean, that was really a great and touching moment. And you can see as you're watching this video, You can see the relief, the look on their faces, the excitement that they're going to be seeing their loved ones again. And obviously bittersweet for the ones who will be receiving the remains of their loved ones.
Gosh, I hope it doesn't get derailed somehow.
I don't know about you, Joan, but I'm kind of on pins and needles.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Because, we've been through this before.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've gotten this far. And what did Donald Trump do differently? He involved Egypt. What'd you say?
He led.
He involved Egypt. He involved Jordan.
And Qatar.
He involved Qatar, Turkey as well. Mm-hmm. And he also, basically he involved the world, is what Donald Trump did. Hamas actually has now, believe it or not, Hamas actually came out and thanked Donald Trump, as well as mediators in Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, for the peace deal, which they say provides the withdrawal of the occupation, allows the entry of aid, and implements a prisoner exchange. Now, we're going to go through some of the numbers of the prisoner exchange, because I'm just going to tell you that you're not going to be happy. Sam, you're not going to be happy. Joan, you're not going to be happy. I'm not going to be happy. You folks that are listening and watching, you're not going to be happy. When we look at the numbers of how many Israeli prisoners Israel will be getting back, and how many of these Hamas terrorists they're going to be giving up. Because, it's always lopsided, right?
Of course.
According to a statement from the Prime Minister's office, the conversation was warm and moving. Benjamin Netanyahu thanking Donald Trump as well for his efforts in global leadership, while Donald Trump praising Netanyahu's determined leadership and the actions he led. A senior Hamas official said the group has handed over a list of Palestinian prisoners who will be released as part of that ceasefire deal. You ready? Brace yourself. 47 hostages, alive and dead, Israel. That is what they'll be getting back. Israel is going to free 250 Palestinian prisoners. Now realize that the people that Israel are holding, they are terrorists. They are, the people that are actively go out and try to kill as many Israelis as possible, right? They're fighters. And the hostages that Hamas, they're going to be releasing, they're hostages. These are innocent people who Hamas took. Whether it was on October 7th a couple of years ago or during the ensuing battle. So by no means is this a great deal for anybody, really, to be honest with you. But it is something that if you want peace in the Middle East, you've got to swallow this. By the way, there's going to also be 1,700 Gazans that's what they're calling them, Gazans, that have been arrested since October 7th that will also be released. So that's about 2,000. 2,000 Palestinians, either Gazans or Hamas terrorists. For 47 hostages, about half of them will be alive. So yeah, it is lopsided. For every Israeli hostage whose remains are released, Israel will release the remains of 15 dead Gazans. So it is lopsided. But here's the problem that we face as a world, is that it's either this or it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like you can either, you have two choices. Israel has two choices. You can go in there and you could just annihilate everyone and take no prisoners and say to hell with the rest of the world, to hell with the people of Gaza. We are going to go and root out Hamas because they're not willing to negotiate in good faith. And in doing so, the rest of the world will scream that Israel is engaged in genocide. Or they can say, you know what? This deal sucks. It sucks for Israel. because we're only getting 47 hostages back. Half of them roughly are dead. And we've got to release 250 Palestinian terrorists that were engaged in killing our people, plus another 1,700 Gazans arrested since October 7th. But they've got to do it. But there's a lot of really good things with this deal, and we'll continue to talk about this. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, they still haven't finished picking up the barrels on 24 westbound. It's still just down to one lane between Old Hickory Boulevard and Hickory Hollow Parkway. Careful as you go this morning. It's pretty slow there. West Nashville, they're still working a stalled semi-truck on 40 eastbound. It's at 46th Avenue, exit 205, and the left lane is blocked off by it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather for today, you're going to have to help me out, Joan. I've got my weather across the room.
No worries.
What do we got
got
today?
You. Right now, get this. We're at 54 degrees. Amazing. But we'll get up to 76 later on in the sunshine. It'll be a beautiful day.
That sounds really... I walked out of the house today.
Yeah. And you went, huh?
And it was like, well, okay, so here's what's funny. I walk out of the house today. Then I'll get back to the whole peace thing. But in order to keep peace in my house, I actually walked out without a jacket today.
Oh.
At the one, because I'm always overdressed.
Yeah.
Right? It could be 95 degrees out and I've got some sort of covering on. Today was the only day that I haven't done that because Amy was fast asleep we had a bad night. So Amy was fast asleep on the chair and I didn't want to wake her. So in order to get myself a jacket, I would have to probably turn on a light and wake her. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. So I snuck out of the house.
What a good husband.
And I walked out and it was like, oh, Lordy.
Okay, so before you get back to Israel and the serious stuff, how's Amy doing? Just to give listeners a quick update.
It was a bad night last night. I'm not going to lie. We're trying to get her off of some of the painkillers.
Yeah.
And so, we're like...
That's a tough
it is tough because this surgery, this is major surgery, as I've said.
Yeah.
So she's trying to get off the painkillers. She actually allowed me to get some sleep last night. Allowed me, I say that, because I've been up, just so you folks know, I've been up since she had this surgery, I've been up all night, up all day. I just haven't been getting my sleep. And so she allowed me to get some sleep last night. I wake up at midnight. I go downstairs. That poor woman is in tears. She can't get comfortable and the whole thing. So we got her set, all fine now, and she was fast asleep when I left.
That's good.
So, but this is such a tough road. It is such a tough road. So, but anyway.
Okay.
The good news is that we got a doctor's appointment today, and we'll have to see where that whole thing goes.
Good. Okay. There you go. Thanks for that update.
I could tell you the really nasty stuff.
No, you don't need to. We're good. We're good, but just glazing right over the top.
Do you know what I told her?
What?
No, you know what? I don't want to get too... Remind me at 5:35.
Okay.
Am I the a-hole? That's what we're going to play, Sam and Joan. Am I the a-hole? We're going to play that coming up at 5:35.
Do we get to answer?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Okay. You know what? We may actually do it because here's the deal. I have this, and people that know me know that on the radio, certainly, and off, I have this just fantastic ability to put my foot in my mouth. Oftentimes it's both feet, and I don't know how I managed to do this, but I do. So I said the wrong thing at the wrong time. I'll tell you what I said coming up at 5:35. Anyway, as far as the president and the peace deal with Hamas, by the way, Sam, I also, and Joan, I know that you feel the same way. I don't trust Hamas as far as I can throw them. I certainly don't.
They have nothing to lose. And it's
well, once they give the hostages back,
their negotiating power is over.
Done.
Once they give those hostages back.
So that's key.
And also remember that, and we've been talking about this, I don't feel like I have to catch up too many people, but as part of this deal, Hamas has to give up any power within Gaza, right?
Yes.
So the Gaza will be rebuilt with these, they call them technocrats.
Yeah.
Where, is that the right word that they're using, technocrats?
Pretty much.
Basically, these are people that just nuts and bolts of running Gaza. And so, I mean, they're going to be a political entity, but it won't be Hamas. Now, what really happens behind the scenes, I really don't know. But here's the deal with Hamas. Number one, once they give up those hostages, you're right, Joan, they have nothing left. Number two, thanks to Donald Trump, Iran has been absolutely neutered. They've been neutralized. They are no longer, as far as we can tell right now, they're no longer a threat. We have, Trump took out their military capabilities. Of course, you have the ongoing sanctions as well. So Hamas, they don't really have a whole heck of a lot left. And so I think part of this deal, and I have not seen this officially, but I think part of this deal might be that the leaders of Hamas, they get an escort out of the country. And they don't get brought up on any, charges or anything like that or whatever. I mean, they will not be held accountable for their actions. I think that is also one of the ways that this thing is likely to end, is the leaders of Hamas, they're going to be able to just get out of town. And they're going to live someplace where, they can just whatever. They're living in Qatar with a life of luxury, and they're just gone.
I think they put them on a plane, put a parachute on them, and kick them out the door over Africa.
They do. Listen, I would love nothing more than to see all of those leaders of Hamas taken out. I would love nothing more, just like the leaders in Iran. But again, the reality is, the practical matter is that if you want this peace deal, then there's certain things that Qatar has been negotiating and President Trump has to negotiate and all these people have to agree to.
Yeah.
And that is releasing all of these terrorists. What did I say? 250? Releasing 250 terrorists, releasing another 1,700 Gazans that have been arrested for whatever reasons, and allowing the leaders of Hamas to live. Unfortunately, what you want and what is a practical solution to end the bloodshed are two different things. And I think that, President Trump, for his part, I think that he's done a great job of just staying absolutely focused on ending the bloodshed and ultimately protecting Israel as well. And so now we'll have to see what happens. By the way, real quick, this was President Trump in an exclusive interview with Sean Hannity.
I'm very confident there'll be peace in the Middle East. The words peace in the Middle East is something people have been striving for hundreds of years, for centuries, for many centuries. And we really have, every country has come together, and on a little different scale, but so important. It seems like everything's at a different scale.
Yeah, and CNN, I'm sure this morning, as I said when I came in, that they are choking on the headline that they had to have, which was, basically peace deal in the Middle East. And I've got the volume turned down.
Donald Trump.
I'm reasonably certain that they didn't put thanks to Donald Trump, but they've got to admit. They have got to admit that for the president of the United States, this is something that, regardless of the fact that he has solved, 7 other conflicts, this here is a huge deal for the world. And the thing that I liked about, and I read the statement, the thing that I liked about what Trump said is that he's, obviously taking credit, but he's also throwing a lot of sunshine towards, Qatar and Egypt and Turkey and these other world leaders who have also had a hand in negotiating this peace deal. So I think this is a great morning, and I'm very excited that this is something that I did wake up to, something great that I woke up to tonight at about midnight, and we'll continue to cover this. By the way, what a great morning to have Eric Trump on.
Oh, right.
Because I've got him on at 8:35, and he's going to be on with me and Chris Hand and, of course, Sam and Joan as well. And we'll see what he thinks about all of this. It is 5:25 on Super Talk, and Joan, was coming up in the news.
Yeah, well, President Trump has his hands in a lot of things, and one of them right now is peace in Portland and Chicago. His plans for those two cities go to court today. And we'll
you know what's amazing, Joan?
What's that?
I know, Sam, I'm sorry. What's amazing is Hamas
Yeah.
can agree to peace, but J.B. Pritzker can't. I mean, what does that say about the governor of Illinois? All right, go ahead.
Okay. And then the second part here is why it feels like Throwback Thursday in one California county. You're not going to believe this. We'll tell you where COVID mandates are back. We've got those stories coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories in two different areas of the country today. Courts are taking up the issue of whether sending National Guard troops to quell violent crime is legal.
Here on the West Coast, the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals will today hold oral arguments on whether to lift a lower court judge's ban on President Trump deploying National Guard troops to Oregon. On Wednesday, the Ninth Circuit said a ban on sending any National Guard into Oregon from any state will remain in place for now. And in Chicago, there will be a hearing today in front of a federal judge to decide if the National Guard from Texas can move into Chicago without consent from the city or state they claim President Trump and Texas are infringing upon Illinois' sovereignty. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Dolly Parton's taken to social media now to reassure fans that she is going to be okay.
Country music legend Dolly Parton setting the record straight after her sister, in a post on social media, asked for prayers, saying the singer has not been in the best health lately. Parton, in her own video post on Instagram, says she's been working hard on commercials for the Grand Ole Opry.
I know lately everybody thinks that I am sicker than I am. Do I look sick to you?
Concerns over her health swirling after Parton announced she would delay her upcoming residency performances due to some health issues. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Well, be thankful you don't live in Sonoma County, California. From now through the end of March 2026, the county health department has resurrected the mask mandate. Anyone entering certain healthcare facilities must wear a mask, and more facilities may be added to this mandate list as needed. They say there's a greater risk right now of contracting COVID-19, and they're also pushing vaccine recommendations. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, things are now looking good on 24. Looks like they were able to pick up those barrels and let all the traffic through in all the lanes this morning. But there is still a bit of a delay. No problem so far on 40. 65 looks good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, don't forget, you can watch the radio show on YouTube, Facebook, 997WTN.com, and all the places. Like and subscribe. Listen on the radio. You can listen to the podcast after the show is done. Basically, you can't get rid of us, even if you wanted to. And we'll hunt you down if you don't. All right, so real quick, let's play I'm the A-hole. So, Joan, the other morning, I think it was at night. I can't remember exactly when it was. But Amy is basically been camped out in what is known in the house as my chair. Now, Sam, do you have a your own chair in your house? It's like Archie Bunker's famous chair, right? It's my chair.
No.
My dad had one of those.
Right. This is my Dan chair. This is my dad chair, my Dan chair. But it reclines and it's really, really comfy. It also happens to be the only chair that Amy can sit in comfortably after her surgery because it reclines in the whole thing. Now, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But the other day, post-surgery, I said, well, we have to wrap you up because I don't want any Amy goo on my chair. Now, it would appear that wasn't the nicest of things to say. Now,
What was your first clue?
The look of absolute rage on her face when I said that, I thought it was funny. Because she's got these, port things or whatever, and, they're leaking and stuff.
Okay.
And I said I don't want any Amy goo on my chair.
Not in my household.
That's
in my neighborhood.
It's exactly right. Not in my chair. No Amy goo in my chair. I said, you are lucky enough that I'm allowing you to sit in my chair.
You did not go there.
As you recover and recuperate. But don't you be leaking any Amy goo on my chair. Come on, man. Now, I thought it was funny. I wasn't being serious. And I thought that, to be honest with you, with all the drugs that she was on, I thought it would fly right over her head and she would find it funny.
She still remembered.
Oh.
Yeah.
You women don't forget anything, even when you're stoned. So apparently I was told in no uncertain terms that she did not find the term Amy goo as very funny.
That's a nasty one. That's nasty.
So I apologized, and we are trying to move forward with that. Okay, so you were saying that I am the a-hole?
Big.
Okay.
Big.
Absolutely confirmed.
Yeah.
You are the a-hole.
Done.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. Amy and I, we have such a great relationship with joking with each other that I thought that she would get the joke. But, apparently when you're leaking Amy goo all over my chair, you lose all your sense of humor.
Or it just might be that, call me sexist here, but women don't like comments about their bodies and if it has anything gross coming out of it, or I don't know. I feel like I learned that lesson early on in life.
Otherwise known as goo.
Yeah. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's on them or coming out of them, you just don't talk about it.
All right, now 6707 says, I'm with you, Dan. No Amy leakage. Can I just say this was a very expensive chair? It's leather.
People in the YouTube chat are saying that you're cheap.
I'm cheap?
Well, before you've said it was an expensive leather chair.
Oh, yeah, it was. It was a very expensive chair. It might be pleather. I'm not sure. Whatever.
Okay, well, then it's not that expensive.
Philip says, I don't know. What is expensive for? Can I be honest? I don't even know what we paid for it.
So then you don't really care.
Yeah.
And guess what?
No,
You
I
get
do
another
care
one.
because listen, if anybody would like a chair in a few weeks, I've got one for free.
Oh, gosh.
Just come pick it up. Bring your leather cleaner.
Oh.
See, I can say this because I know that Amy is still conked out from the drugs that I gave her at like midnight. All right, moving right along. Let's see here. Kate, can we talk about as bad of a week as Amy is having? You want to talk about Katie Porter?
Oh my goodness.
That woman is insane.
So there's a few things here. Now, did you post, Sam, because I had Sam make a couple of different versions of this. Did you post that second version?
Yeah, I did. Dan was right to point out in my first version, for you people listening in your cars, I should not use a car horn to substitute the F-bomb.
No, because
probably wasn't a good idea.
No, because people don't. If people are driving, this is a honest to goodness true story. Is that I was driving one time. Do you know one of the biggest battles I had at this radio station when I first started as program director? I'm driving down the roads of Nashville, and I'm listening to WTN, and somebody decided that it would be a good idea to put a really a really loud car horn on a commercial.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but I fought this. I waged this battle for like 6 weeks. And I'm trying to explain to them, I've been in radio for decades, and I'm driving down the road and I hear a commercial with a car horn, and all of a sudden, and you're panic steering. Sadly, I think I lost that battle, but so that's the whole point of not wanting a car horn. So did you pull the first one down?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can play this. So this is Katie Porter. Now, she is running to be California's governor. She is an outgoing congressperson, I guess. And there is a person who is on her staff in the middle of this interview that she's having. And Porter notices that this woman is behind her in the shot. And for you folks watching on WTN TV, you can see this. And Porter absolutely goes off. Listen.
Dying prematurely to air pollution and other problems, and the state could lose. Get out of my shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually incorrect. It's not.
So yeah, you can get out of my, and she says effing shot. Now, a couple of things. As Katie Porter is yelling, get out of my effing shot. Number one is she was quite the bee. Like it is clear that Katie Porter, and there's another thing that I'm going to point out, and I'm going to play for you as well. But a couple of things. Number one is that this woman seems to be an absolute nightmare. Is that really how you speak to your staff? How you speak to your staff?
Looks like she's also making her wear a mask.
That's the other thing. Why is this woman wearing a mask? Yeah. Did you see that, Joan?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're watching the video, you can see.
Dying prematurely to air pollution and other problems, and the state could lose. Get out of my shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually.
So yeah, she's wearing a mask, and here's the other thing.
My goodness.
Do you know why the staffer was there in the first place? And she's wearing a mask, and it looks like they're in Katie Porter's house or somebody's home. But the staffer was correcting her on policy. This was a taped interview.
My goodness.
So this was a taped interview, and they were talking about something about vehicles. And so the staffer came out to let her know that you had said something wrong about whatever policy initiative she was talking about. And she says, well, you were still in my effing shot. You know what I mean?
I love how they beep out the staffer's name, which just allowed me to copy and paste that audio to beep out the F-bomb.
Right.
But they don't beep out the F-bomb. Like, which I appreciate, because on the raw audio, which we can't play over the radio wave,
right?
It is, I mean, it's so elitist to speak to people that way. It's so elitist to what looks like force them to wear a mask inside your home. And I know that that's her home because I've seen other videos of her from, I guess, the kitchen counter, it looks like, with her fridge from 2007.
Can I just ask this question? What kind of a absolute mentally ill nut job makes a person wear a mask inside their own home. That's number one.
Yes.
Number two is Porter is on TV and being taped in this interview. This woman is like in another room. She comes in from the other room or wherever it is, and she's wearing a mask. Now, maybe it's possible that this woman, this mysterious mask-wearing woman, wants to wear the mask. But then I guess I would have to ask the question, okay, well then, why is she wearing a mask? What is it about her that is, like, is she, because, you know, people who are perpetually wearing masks, they fall into a couple of different categories. I do know that there are people, and Joan, you know this too, and Sam, you certainly do as well, going to college, that there are people that are actually ill or sick, and they have to wear masks.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's maybe one of those types of people.
Or maybe the air quality's bad that day or something. You know, there are people that have sensitivities to that. Basketball coaches that way in high school.
Do you know what I'd be willing to bet? The air quality in Katie Porter's home is really bad because of all that hot air.
Mm.
You want to hear
and all that poison that she spews from that rotten mouth
I was
of
about to
hers.
say she seems like the kind of person that smells her own farts. Oh, I'm just so wonderful.
So
That's a good one. Greatest ever. I heard you. Did you notice, Joan, that Sam slipped into his Trump impersonation when he talked about smelling farts?
Yeah.
Why would you do that, Sam? My farts don't smell. My farts are the greatest ever. You'll notice, by the way, if you're watching on Super Talk TV, I do the whole Trump hand accordion thing.
You have to do
You have to do the hand accordion thing.
Oh, yeah.
It makes the most sense.
By the way, I don't believe that Trump smells his own farts.
No.
But if he did, he would say, they're the greatest ever. All right, go ahead, John.
Want to hear Katie Porter on The View? I don't know when this was, but I thought that this was so relevant.
Okay.
Here you go. Listen to this.
I saw this as a professor, certainly. Female professors, particularly women of color, get much worse teaching evaluations.
Yes.
And even when all the professional evaluations are the same. And so we see this again and again. Lots of the so-called bad bosses are women and disproportionately people of color. I think it's really unfortunate because those are the very voices we need more of in our government.
Yeah.
So I'm proud of my staff. I'm proud of the relationship we've built.
She's proud of her staff and
proud of the relationships
and the bad
that
bosses.
she's built.
She's also apparently a victim blamer. Somebody in the YouTube chat said she poured hot mashed potatoes on her ex-husband.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
So apparently, maybe the guy she has this kid with that she claimed her kid was crying when Trump won the presidency.
Yes.
No 12-year-old should be that concerned with who's president. But she apparently there was a lawsuit between them and everything. And her spokesperson said that Hoffman, ex-husband, the claims were a common defensive tactic designed to intimidate a victim. I'm sorry. Based on the few clips I've seen of this woman, I'd believe the guy over her in a heartbeat.
So there's also part of a lawsuit or something, her boyfriend or whoever this, I don't know if it's the same dude or a different dude, but apparently he was sending her like thousands of text messages.
Oh, yeah, Julian Willis, different guy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Can I just say that she's not worth 1,000 text messages?
I was about to say the exact language in that suit is persistent abuse and harassment.
That he was harassing her.
Yeah, that's
because it sounds like she's probably one of the ones. Can I just say this? When you have relationships like that, I've noticed this over the years. Oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes it's a two-way street.
Yeah.
Where it's just a sick, twisted relationship.
Toxic.
Toxic is what you would say. And it seems to me, based on Katie Porter's toxic reaction to her mask-wearing employee there, I'd be willing to bet that she matches that ex's toxicity to a T. And I'd be willing to bet that he's got some stories on her too. But did I miss the part about the throwing hot mashed potatoes on him?
Yeah, everybody's talking about that one.
You know what? I have not heard of the hot mashed potatoes being hurled at someone. So what happened?
So I'm looking it up right now. So it says there are allegations that California gubernatorial candidate Katie Porter once poured hot mashed potatoes on her ex-husband, and they've surfaced in October following a tense interview she had with CBS News. Now, according to a 2023 New York Post report, her ex-husband, his name is Matthew Hoffman, alleged in 2013 divorce filings that she had poured a bowl of steaming mashed potatoes on his head during a fight in 2006. Woo!
Damn you, my mashed potatoes aren't lumpy.
So, but
there are allegations of verbal and physical abuse against her, not him. And he had a restraining order on her.
Can't imagine why.
Does anybody, I've been trying to find it, but does anybody remember the audio of her saying that her daughter is in therapy because she believes that the world is going to end, and she's like almost, she's like at suicidal point because she believes that the world is going to end?
No.
It's like, Katie Porter, what have you been telling this kid? She's 9. She doesn't need to
She's
hear all that.
9?
Yeah, she was 9 at the time.
9 years. See, okay, so couple of things. Number one, there's the boyfriend that Porter was having problems with, now the ex-boyfriend. There's the ex-husband.
Yes.
Who also has the allegations with the mashed potato. So clearly, what's the common denominator in those two toxic relationships? Her. She is clearly a problem. And maybe she attracts toxic people, or maybe she's just a toxic person. I think clearly she is a toxic person.
Yeah, she's got, and this is non-gender conforming analysis, crazy eyes.
You think Katie Porter has crazy eyes?
Absolutely. If I saw her walking down the street, I'm crossing the road. I am getting out of the way of those headlights because they are going to run me over.
You think those are crazy eyes, Joan? I think she's got like crazy person.
Yeah, I think
she's just a crazy person. She's got crazy mouth in the constant yelling, and get the blank out of my shot.
And she, first of all, she's a very poor presence.
She became incensed when they were asking her in that CBS interview about, well, how do you plan on turning some voters over? And because the reporter said Trump voters, you could just see a switch flipped in her brain, and she was ready to tell someone to get out of her effing shot again.
So do you have that audio, Dan, of her leaving the interview?
Yeah, you know what?
Okay.
I do. You want to hear it real quick?
Yeah, I know everybody's been playing it, but...
well, it's not that it's really long, but no, it's okay. It's all right. Forgive me for skipping through this little bit, but they're asking her the question about how is she going to attract the Trump voters who obviously voted for Donald Trump.
What do you say to the 40% of California voters who you'll need in order to win, who voted for Trump?
How would I need them in order to win, ma'am?
Well, unless you think you're going to get 60% of the vote.
Now, what's funny about this is that she says that really condescendingly, and then she looks off camera like she's looking at her people and laughing like, what a dumb question. Well, it's not a dumb question.
I think you'll get 60%. Everybody who did not vote for Trump will vote for you. That's what you're
saying. In a general election, yes. If it is me versus a Republican, I think that I will win the people who did not vote for Trump.
What if it's you versus another Democrat?
I don't intend that to be the case.
So how do you not intend that to be the case? Are you going to ask them not to run?
No, I'm saying I'm going to build the support. I have the support already in terms of name recognition. And so I'm going to do the very best I can to make sure that we get through this primary in a really strong position. But let me be clear with you. I represented Orange County. I represented a purple area. I have stood on my own 2 feet and won Republican votes before. That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't
I feel like this is unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody.
And by the way, all the other candidates apparently answered this question appropriately.
That this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And that's condescending.
Oh, yes.
I'll answer the question as you have it written.
I feel like she was looking at her staff to be like, get those.
Well, and here's the other part of that. These questions are probably pre-approved by
Yeah.
her staff.
Yes, that's what I thought too, because
Yep.
this girl had questions in her hand and she said, if you keep asking me these, the follow-up questions, we're never going to get to the rest of the questions. And I'm thinking, why does she care about getting to the rest of the questions?
Well,
because she designed them.
And you're absolutely right, Joan. And we don't have time to play that. Maybe in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll play that part of the interview. She literally gets up and says, this interview's done.
Yeah.
I think I'm done. And her quote was, if you're going to ask 7 follow-ups on each question, we're not going to get through any of this.
Yep.
And then she walks off, I guess.
Probably
So-
to threaten her staff with hot potatoes.
Okay, so if we pick this up in the 6 o'clock again, I have audio of her on an interview right after Donald Trump won. Wait till you hear the unhinged things that she had to say.
Do you think when Katie Porter goes out on like a first date, because apparently now she's single, she serves mashed potatoes and tells that story?
Yeah, no,
About how she her first husband scalded him with hot mashed potatoes and said, "This is how you don't get scalded with hot mashed potatoes.
Don't you cross me."
That's exactly right. All right, got to go. 5:57. Joan, what's coming up?
Of course, we're taking a look at that phase 1 of the Gaza peace deal, and we'll tell you who picked up the tab for the entire bar last night at a grand opening on Broadway. Stick around for that. It's at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning now, 6:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have a gorgeous day ahead. 54 degrees right now. Yeah, it's a little chilly. We'll get up to 76 in the sunshine later on today. There are celebrations this morning in Israel and around the world after a peace plan brokered by President Trump has been accepted by Israel and by Hamas. Phase 1, pause the fighting and release the hostages. Qatar and Egypt officials also announcing an agreement has been reached on all terms and mechanisms. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has the latest.
The White House assessment of this first phase of a deal between Israel and Hamas is that hostages will begin getting released by Hamas on Monday. That's according to a senior White House official. In a social media post, the president said, quote, "This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America." He thanked the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for their work to make happen what he called, quote, "this historic and unprecedented event." Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
And President Trump will be departing for Israel later this weekend. Big celebration on Broadway last night as Post Malone opened his new bar. It's called Posties. Channel 4's Braden Ross was there.
26,000 square feet of Post Malone-themed bar space is now officially open on Broadway, and the pop country star himself came to celebrate.
I just wanted to say this is a new chapter for me completely.
But while Post Malone fans are excited to hang out at Posties year-round, they came to opening night for another reason.
We came in expecting nothing and found out about this 2 days ago.
When Sharon Leem found out about Post Malone's free Broadway show, she got on the next flight out. Her fiance is braving a broken leg to be here.
Yeah, now Post Malone picked up the bar tab for everyone who was there last night for his impromptu concerts. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
How high can gold go? The precious metal has been rallying, gold reaching new highs on both Tuesday and Wednesday above $4,000 the ounce. Money moving into gold as worries mount about the value of the dollar and other currencies. Meanwhile, silver experiencing its own rally, approaching record numbers not seen since the 1980s. Investors are competing with industrial users for silver, all this amid supply deficits for the metal. Investors in AMD are licking their chops. Shares of the chipmaker rising another 11% Wednesday, putting it up 43% for the week. This after OpenAI announces planning to order billions of dollars of equipment from AMD. But a warning from across the pond, the Bank of England Wednesday, warning that tech stock prices inflated by AI optimism could face a sharp correction. The International Monetary Fund echoing those concerns. It's all about AI's potential, and it's going to have to meet high expectations to maintain AI stocks' lofty valuations. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Stock futures mixed. The Dow futures up 5, NASDAQ futures down 18, S&P futures are down 3. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All kinds of slow on 24 westbound this morning, all the way from Smyrna up to Nashville. It's just some volume delays. There's nothing in the, there's no accidents in there. So it just looks like it's volume at this point. You've got a crash in North Nashville. It's on Kings Lane, west of Clarksville Pike. Also in Avondale on West Trinity Lane, east of I-65. Watch for a crash there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.608 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. All right, so my friend Pamela Furr has sent me something, and I find this intriguing. Apparently, do you know what the Nashville scene is, Joan?
The Nashville scene?
Yeah, it's like a liberal rag.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So they do the bests every single year, right?
The best of Nashville.
The best of Nashville, I guess. So they go through, and this is a screenshot, so I've asked Sam to check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Best columnist, okay, is on there, someone named Betsy Phillips. They got best Instagram account, the photo machine, that is Justin Jones. But you know who the best conservative is in Nashville?
Who?
None. They say none.
What?
Yeah. So I've asked Sam to check this out, because not that Pamela would, send me anything fake, but really?
So they've got the writer's choice and the reader's poll, I guess, is how they handled the winners of the best of. And it's best columnist, Betsy Phillips, best podcast, CityCast Nashville, best scandal of the year, of course, is Andy Ogles and his DEI attack on Belmont University. I don't know how that's a scandal, by the way.
That's a scandal. What?
Yeah, that's some pretty crappy journalism, if I'm being honest, which I'm credible enough to say that now. But if I click on best conservative, it says none, but then it says second place, Dan Mandis, and third place, Marsha Blackburn.
Are you kidding? Are you joking?
Man.
I'm not joking. So the readers, I guess, turned your name in.
So I'm second.
You're second
Joan,
to none.
I'm literally second to none. I don't know what to think
I can
about
tell
that.
you that this publication has fallen off, because it used to be like the pulse of the local culture in town, and now it's obviously just a giant liberal slant piece that,
Can I ask a question?
Real journalism has gone out the window.
Did they use at least a good picture of me, or is it like...
No, they didn't use a picture of you.
What does it say?
It just says, it has best conservative, none. It was posted an hour ago, and it's got a cartoon of people in front of a breaking news television, then all the links for the socials, and then in, I guess you would say, 16-point font, it says second place, Dan Mandis, third place, Marsha Blackburn.
Am I supposed to be honored by that? I'm not sure.
I would be severely disrespected.
Oh, okay. Am I supposed to be, because I'm second to none?
Well, you're second to none, and then you're in the same category on their readers poll as the best liberal being Justin Jones, the best politician being Justin Jones. The best food being Daddy's Dogs.
What a rag.
So the liberals of Nashville consider me the best conservative. Second to none, actually.
Technically speaking.
That is so funny.
You can't have a non-qualifier as your best conservative.
Just literally second to none. Okay.
That's...
Okay. I don't know if... I honestly don't know if I should be honored or slighted. Joan, should I be honored or slighted? What do you think?
I like the way you phrased it, that you're second to none. Own it. Own it.
Oh, we need to get the promo big voice people to say, Dan Mandis, second to none.
As
he was
voted
named
by
Nashville Scenes.
Yeah.
Second place conservative to none.
Sure. Whatever. I will accept all your congratulations. Thank you.
Of course, there's a big button that says support local journalism, because they're asking for donations.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Here on WTN, we do a version of local journalism. You know what I mean? Like we talk a lot about local issues and so forth.
Absolutely.
So,
Hey. You've got a news department.
it's exactly
What do you
right.
mean we do a version of?
A version. Sorry, Joan.
I also am second to none.
All those years in D.C. just totally out the window, I guess.
Wall Street Journal. Yeah, and don't worry about it.
All right. You know what?
But
Joan is now officially the second woman I've pissed off today.
They could have said second place, Marconi award-winning radio host.
Right?
Dan
That's
Mandis.
right. They could have, but they didn't.
And they didn't even put Senator in front of Marsha Blackburn.
Didn't they? They didn't?
No respect. Or gubernatorial candidate.
Done on purpose.
Okay, but next time I have the senator on, I can say, well, Marsha, the Nashville scene said, whatever, moving right along. Hey, it is a
I think you should shorten it. Well, Marsh.
Well, oh, God. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Well, Marsh.
Should never come on the show again.
Hey, Marsh. Well, that's not as short for Marsha, is it? Marsh? I don't think
Maybe,
so.
I'm just
maybe
thinking,
go for the second half.
Yeah.
Well, Shaw.
I think, well, we should probably move on from this bit.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh, are we going to go back to Katie Porter?
Well, now that you've brought it up, I guess. Okay, so real quick, we're talking about, and then coming up, we're going to talk about the peace deal that Trump has apparently led in the negotiation. And there is a peace deal. Not only is it on the table, but literally Hamas has come out and thanked Donald Trump for bringing us to this point. People are dancing in the streets, believe it or not, of Gaza and also in Israel. So we'll talk about that straight ahead. We were talking about Katie Porter. Now, she is running for the governorship for the fine state of California. And clearly, she is a toxic person. Clearly a toxic person, because we were playing the audio in the previous hour where somebody walked into her shot as she was doing a staffer walked into her shot, and it's all over the internet now, where she looks back and she says, "Get the F out of my shot," right? So that, of course, goes viral because Katie Porter clearly is toxic. In another interview from earlier this week, she was being asked a question, and I'll do my audio first, Joan. She was asked a question about how she was going to try to win the election, the governorship in California. How is she going to win the election without the help of Donald Trump supporters who, because 40% of the state of California won, voted for Donald Trump? And she says, well, I don't need him. This is where the investigative journalist, because this is important, the investigative journalist is trying to ask her the question about winning the vote of Trump supporters in California.
That's not something every candidate in this race can say. If you're from a deep blue area, if you're from LA or you're from Oakland, you don't have an experience.
But you just said you don't need those Trump voters.
Well, you asked me if I needed them to win.
So you don't
I
think
feel
you
like
need
this
them
is
to win.
unnecessarily argumentative. What is your question?
The question is the same thing I asked everybody, that this is being called the empowering voters to stop Trump's power grab. Every other candidate has answered this question. This is not
Correct. And I said I support it.
So, and the question is, what do you say to the 40% of voters who voted for Trump?
Oh, I'm happy to say that. It's the do you need them to win part that I don't understand. I'm happy to answer the question as you have it written, and I'll answer it.
And so again, clearly the questions were pre-approved.
We've also asked the other candidates, do you think you need any of those 40% of California voters to win? And you're saying, no, you don't.
No, I'm saying I'm going to try to win every vote I can. And what I'm saying to you is that...
Well, to those voters. Okay, so you...
I don't want to keep doing this. I'm going to call it. Okay. Thank you.
She's trying to take off her microphone, you know.
But she doesn't know how or something.
Yeah.
She looks
You're
around.
not going to do the interview with us.
Nope, not like this. I'm not. Not with 7 follow-ups to every single question you ask.
Gosh.
Every other
7.
candidate has answered
I don't
our
care.
follow-ups.
Yeah, do you know why there were 7 follow-ups, Katie? Because you wouldn't answer the question.
Yeah.
That's why there were 7 follow-ups.
Well, because she's too good to answer the question.
Yes.
I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list.
Do you think the journalist was wondering, as Katie Porter got really angry, if she was packing any mashed potatoes? In case you missed it, Katie Porter apparently is famous for hurling hot mashed potatoes over the head of her first husband.
Well, look, the chances are low, but they're never zero.
That's exactly right.
And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And we're
Porter,
just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never had to do
reporter.
this before, ever.
You've never had to have a
end an
conversation
interview.
with
To end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
What part of I'm me? I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. So I am going to make.
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these. And if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer. So nearly every legislative.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you.
Too late.
Oh my gosh.
Too late.
Yeah.
I don't want.
Is that what she says before the potatoes come out?
Oh, no.
And I don't want this all on camera.
Too late. Too late. I don't want all this on camera. Too late.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either.
Too late.
I would love to continue to ask these questions so that we can show our viewers what every candidate feels about every one of these issues that they care about. And redistricting is a massive issue. We're going to do an entire story just on the responses to that question. And I've asked everybody the same follow-up questions.
So there you go. So Katie Porter. Now what? Now real quick. Let's do the traffic. Then we'll talk about my audio, Joan.
Yeah.
Your audio from Katie Porter.
Yeah.
6:17. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, beautiful day today. High of 73, feeling like 74. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Okay,
you know
so
what 5203 says real quick?
What's that?
Katie Porter is the reason straight boys turn gay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see another one. Boy, she thinks her crap doesn't stink. 5655 says, I think Katie used to be a Carl. I don't know about that.
Ooh.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so the setup is that this is her on the set of a show. There's two guys on either side of her, and they're talking about President Trump has just, it's a couple of days ago, I think, that President Trump has won the presidency. And here is her conversation about that.
So on election night, I went to pick up my daughter from water polo practice, and she's 12, and she got in the car and she was crying. And I said, did someone punch you? Like, water polo is a rough sport. I was like, did someone hit you? Did the coach yell at you? What happened? And she said, Mom, Trump won. Trump's going to win. And what if I get raped and I need to have an abortion? This is from a 12-year-old, my 12-year-old daughter.
All right, time out.
Is that crazy or what?
That is, number one, if that's true, that is a horrifying story. But number two, whose fault is that?
Yeah, exactly.
Whose fault? That is a failure of Katie Porter's
parental abilities.
Mom, Trump won. Trump's going to win. And what if I get raped and I need to have an abortion?
That's crazy.
I will take things that never happen for 500, Alex.
And here's the other thing, which is so dumb. I mean, just in the overall scheme of things, is that as that whole story played out, I don't know when exactly that was, but pretty sure with that whole conversation, it went back to the states. And if a state wants to have abortion, they can have abortion.
Right.
They live in California. They can have an abortion. So, in other words, that whole thing is about states' rights and so forth. But it's not only is it a ridiculous story, if true, then I think they need to have Child Protective Services go into that home and find out what in the hell Katie Porter is tormenting that child with. And
it's the same kid that she said, her daughter at 9 years old was worried about the world ending because of climate change.
Yeah, climate change anxiety.
Well, then they got to figure out what in the world is going on in that house because that poor girl is not going to be stable.
The real trap in the question there would be to ask her, well, what if it was an illegal migrant that broke into your home and assaulted your daughter?
Bam.
Hey, did you guys hear?
I don't know how she answered that.
If it was a follow-up, she's not going to answer it, Sam.
That's right. Too many follow-up questions. You're going to get potatoed.
Get out of my shot.
Don't make me hurl the potatoes, man. Okay, so real quick, as people are asking me, and Joan, you and I spoke about this before the show.
Yeah.
Justin Pearson is going to challenge He's kind of Mr. Potato Head himself, Steve Cohen, the congressman out there in Memphis. And so we'll get into that coming up as well. There's a lot of news today, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, there is.
So we have the peace agreement that we're going to talk about. Donald Trump had a lot of great things to say on Sean Hannity's show last night. This is obviously the lead story today. So we do have that of more of a Tennessee nature. We do have Justin Pearson, who is saying he is going to challenge Steve Cohen in a Democrat primary in Memphis for the House of Representatives. We'll talk about that. Who is worse, Justin Pearson or Steve Cohen? I mean, I think it's Justin Pearson.
100%.
But when you look at Memphis and Steve Cohen, what has he actually done for Memphis? I mean, I couldn't tell you. Now, I don't live in Memphis, thankfully, because I'd probably be dead by now. But I don't know what Steve Cohen has done for Memphis. Memphis is still a crap hole. I mean, they're trying to fix it. But Justin Pearson, okay. So what would his brand of toxic politics do for the people of Memphis?
Cohen's actually done some stuff.
What has he done?
He secured $71.2 million grant for repairs and upgrades to Lamar Avenue, a major freight corridor, main-to-main pedestrian project. Cohen assisted in acquiring $15 million in the Tiger grant for the Big River Crossing at the Heron Bridge. So he announced a $105 million investment for the Memphis-based Orion Federal Credit Union.
Okay, so then here's my question. Could Justin Pearson's brand of toxic politicking be able to get that done for the people of Memphis?
No.
I mean, think about it. I mean, let's be honest here. Because when you're running around, this is my thing on Justin Pearson. When you're running around and you're calling everybody a racist, right? Which is, that's what he would do in Washington, D.C. if he was part of the House of Representatives, then you ain't going to get jack for the people that you represent on Capitol Hill.
Oh, man.
What? We got to do it quick, man.
I was just going to say, I Googled what has Justin Pearson done in Memphis, and the first thing that comes up is the fit he threw as the Tennessee 3 on the House floor.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
This is 6:24. Joan, what's coming up at 6:30?
Day 9 of the federal government shutdown, and one agency has just reduced its workforce by half. We've got that coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$624, Mark Spain Real Estate, home, of course, of the guaranteed offer. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home quickly. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Dan Mandis here. I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends and family here in Nashville because I know that they are going to sell their homes and your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, with Mark Spain Real Estate, they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews. You can trust my friends to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum profit. They've been doing this for 30 years, friends. They've served over 72,000 satisfied clients. Check them out today. Get that guaranteed offer on your home today. You can call them. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number for Mark Spain Real Estate. And yes, their guaranteed offer. 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. It is markspain.com. Markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. 626 on Super Talk 99.7. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy. It's going to be beautiful today, but y'all know what's on the horizon, right? You need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, you can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. Now, the Generator Supercenter, they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. When the power goes out in your neighborhood, if you've ever experienced that, you know that's terrible. When the power goes out in your neighborhood, your power is going to be on, thanks to the Generator Supercenter. Now, they do have financing. It is available. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to convene his cabinet in the next few hours. They'll be voting on approving that agreement that was put together by President Trump in the first phase of the peace plan in Gaza. Now, phase 1 includes the release of the remaining 48 hostages held by Hamas, the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and a partial pullback of Israeli troops in Gaza. ABC's Jordana Miller is on this morning. She says this may take a little time.
It's going to take several months before the sides agree on and start to implement a new governing body and a new security force. And it'll take a while before the Israelis will pull back even further to a security buffer zone.
President Trump has been invited to Israel to speak before the Israeli government by Benjamin Netanyahu. He's expected to leave for the Middle East sometime this weekend. It's day 9 of the federal government shutdown, and now nearly half of the workforce at the Internal Revenue Service has been furloughed. That's about 34,000 IRS workers. The IRS has already seen its workforce reduced by 25%. That happened right after President Trump took office in January. A private company is also laying off its workers, and they are citing President Trump. Ørsted is the European company behind many of the offshore wind projects in the U.S. It says it's laying off 2,000 workers. You'll remember President Trump signed an executive order on his first day in office that suspended wind project leases. He also ordered Ørsted to stop construction at its Revolution Wind project off the coast of Rhode Island. It was already 80% complete. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So we have a problem this morning on 24. This is on the eastbound side. It's an accident at Clay Lick Road overpass. And they're telling us at the traffic center that the traffic is backed up all the way to Harper Road. In Antioch, you've got problems at Hamilton Church Road, east of Mount View Road. And that is an accident scene this morning. Looks like jam-ups on 24 westbound heading into the city is just normal volume delays. It's same thing on 40. It looks like things are pretty well backed up on 40 as you make your way into traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. And in case you haven't heard, there is a peace deal afoot. Now, I know that Joan just got done doing the news. There is, and CNN, they're all over it. Fox News, I'm sure, is all over it as well. Eric Trump, by the way, and one of the first things, Joan, that I'm going to ask Eric Trump when he joins Chris Hand and I and the crew here at 8:35 is, okay, so tell us your perspective on the peace deal between Hamas and Israel that has effectively been negotiated by Donald Trump. And this was President Trump, of course, he led the effort. This is a very big deal. By the way, did I read correctly that the people that give out the peace, what is the peace award called?
The Nobel Peace Prize.
The Nobel Peace Prize.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to announce the winner in like 2 days.
Oh, well, look.
I think tomorrow.
If they don't
Is that tomorrow?
name President Trump the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, like, they're insane and they should be disbanded.
Well, here's what I don't know. Have they already announced the nominees and then they announce a winner? Or do they just, all right, it's, random day in October and we're just going to announce who the winner is? Is there a nomination process? Because Trump, I'm sure, was not nominated, if there is such a process.
Yeah.
And I don't, I think that, remember when I asked, I forget who it was. I think it was one of the folks from the Heritage Foundation where I said, and I forget what Trump had done, but we talked about whether or not this would get him the Nobel Peace Prize. And the person who I was interviewing, forget who it was, but said, who cares?
Nobody cares,
That's
yeah.
kind of where I'm at.
Right.
It's like, does anybody really care about the Nobel Peace Prize anymore? They delegitimize themselves. I mean, years ago when they gave it to Obama for literally doing nothing.
For drone striking a Syrian wedding.
That's exactly right.
Well,
I'm surprised they didn't give it to Joe Biden when Biden evaporated that family.
That's
sorry. Anyway.
Well, he's been
President Trump-
nominated multiple times
Yeah.
for the 2025 prize. However, the Norwegian Nobel Committee does not confirm the nominees publicly, and nominations themselves do not guarantee a person will be a finalist for the awarded prize.
So in other words, they could go back and they could get a rush job on the trophy. And they could,
Yeah.
or if they've got the trophy already for, some random person who I'm sure did something, great. But can they scratch that person's name in there and Sharpie and Donald Trump? Well, no, because they've already got the winner, no doubt. But how do you ignore this? But in fairness to the Nobel Peace Prize people, we don't know the end result of this. We don't know if this negotiation that Donald Trump has presided over, along with the aid of, Egypt and Turkey and Qatar and so forth. But he led the effort.
Yep.
And he's the one that has been pushing for this peace deal. And to me, we don't know how this is going to end. This is a situation that has been going on, as everyone knows, the battle between Hamas and Israel. This has been going on for years and years and years and years. Anyway, this was Donald Trump. In case you have no idea what I'm talking about, biggest news story of the day, where the president has negotiated this peace deal. Hamas have now actually come out and they have thanked President Trump, believe it or not. Hamas thanking President Trump, as well as mediators in Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for the peace deal, which they say provides, this is Hamas, provides the withdrawal of the occupation, allows the entry of aid, and implements a prisoner exchange. Well, number one, I mean, I could sit here and call Hamas out on that BS because Israel and America and the United Nations have been allowing aid into Gaza. But Hamas, they've been stealing that aid and selling it for top dollar. That's number one. Number two, they're going to be incendiary in their responses always. But for them to thank Trump is a major deal. A senior Hamas official said the group has handed over a list of Palestinian prisoners who will be released as part of the ceasefire because they have agreed to release their hostages. So Hamas has, is it 42, help me, Joan, 42, 43 hostages, about half alive and half dead, is what Hamas still holds. And you've got all of these Palestinian or these Hamas prisoners that are also going to be released. You've got 47 hostages. Israel is going to free 250 Palestinian prisoners plus 1,700 Gazans arrested since October 7th of a couple of years ago. So, I mean, obviously, it's another one of those infuriating stories where Israel is going to get 47 hostages back, both alive and dead, and Hamas is going to get 250 rampaging jihadists that are going to be released. So that's always frustrating. But here's something nice. President Trump was put on speakerphone in front of the families of these hostages who have obviously been advocating for their release.
President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So you've got a very touching scene there as you have all of these folks that have been, their family members have been held by Hamas going through horrific torture. I don't know if you've watched any of the interviews with the hostages that have been released, but the torture that they have been made to endure, especially the women, are, to be perfectly honest, I'm not comfortable talking about it in Morning Drive, but it is horrendous. And so here's the good news is that even though the negotiations clearly, as they always are, lopsided. Do you know why the negotiations, by the way, are so lopsided? Is because Hamas has no real value for human life.
None.
Right? No value for human life. So they just as soon kill all of these hostages, the 47, the remaining ones that are alive. They just as soon kill them. But they've kept them alive for negotiation's sake. That is the whole point. Now, once Hamas releases those hostages, they have nothing left. And part of this deal, and I'll tell you what else is in this deal coming up, but there's a lot of good points in here for Israel. There is, I hate to say it, but there's some good stuff in here for the leaders of Hamas as well. And I know that it's not something that anybody wants. If you know exactly what happened to those 1,200 Israelis on that horrific October 7th, you don't want the leaders of Hamas to be rewarded with what they're about to get. You don't want that. But unfortunately, at least for now, that is what's going to happen, is they will be rewarded for now. We'll talk about that straight ahead. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be nice today, really nice. As a matter of fact, high of 73, going to feel like 74. And I don't know, are we calling it partly sunny, partly cloudy? What are we calling it?
It's just going to be beautiful.
All right, partly sunny. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is alive and well, by the way, 615-737-9986. A lot of people chiming in on the things we've been talking about today. I want to play some audio from Donald Trump. He was on Sean Hannity's show last night talking about the deal's not done yet, but the just finished the negotiations, generally speaking, broadly speaking, between Hamas and Israel. This is what President Trump said.
It's a great honor to be involved in it. We had some tremendous help, as you know, with everybody from Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and Marco, and we had everybody, JD, the whole group was just amazing. And the military was, as you know, very instrumental in getting this done. We have a great military with great leadership. The whole world came together, to be honest. So many countries that you wouldn't have even thought of it, they came together. The world has come together around this deal. And that's something I would say that without that wouldn't happen. So many countries that you wouldn't have thought of have wired their best wishes and their commitment to do whatever is necessary.
You know what's weird? I am old enough to remember, people always do that. I am old enough to remember when the left and the mainstream media was saying that Donald Trump was going to bull in a China shop us into World War III. Remember all that? Turns out to be exactly the opposite of what the mainstream media said.
Yeah, and to that point, everyone wants to criticize America and call us a bunch of racist colonialists until it's time for us to step up and solve the world's problems.
Exactly right. Here's more Trump.
The countries surrounding have all signed. I mean, they're all signed up, and it's been really an amazing period of time, and so great for Israel, so great for Muslims, for the Arab countries. And so great for this country, for the United States of America, and that we could be involved in, making a deal like this happen, because it was, many years they talked about peace in the Middle East. This is more than Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East, and it's an incredible thing.
I like how, I don't know if you picked up on it, Joan, he's very humble, Donald Trump is, in that interview with Sean Hannity. So as far as the land goes, there's images out there of what is going to happen. But Gaza, or the Palestinians, whatever you want to say, Israel is going to be doing some gradual pullback of where they currently are in Gaza, slowly pulling back and giving some of that land back to the Palestinians. But as far as land goes, they're calling it a phased pushback or pullback out of Gaza for Israel and the IDF. The pullback will be gradual as both sides continue to meet the expectations of the agreement. There will be a full withdrawal only after Hamas disarms, and that is verified. Now, I don't know if they'll ever really do that, because Hamas has come out and literally said that they will not disarm. But they never agreed to be disarmed. We'll see where that goes. But the key details are just coming out. Final negotiations are continuing. Hamas, though, must exit their governance entirely. That's the whole point. Because we keep saying Hamas has nothing left. Because once you give up the hostages, then they got nothing. So I see what's going to happen is they give back the hostages. Hamas, the leaders of Hamas, they are probably going to be allowed to live the rest of their lives somewhere exotic out of Gaza, and they'll just be able to live the rest of their lives, not be brought up on any kind of charges or anything. They probably have negotiated that into the deal. They also must have no role in the transition. Technocrats, as they say, will run things for now. I'd be willing to bet that they know exactly who these Hamas leaders are. So they can run, but they can't hide. Ronald Reagan said that once. So if you're a Hamas leader and you have been able to you think that you've been able to negotiate your way out of responsibility for what you have done to the Israeli people and to Israel and to the world, you better think again, because you may think that you're going to be allowed to get get away with all this stuff. But I'd be willing to bet one by one justice will be served, if you know what I mean. This is Israel we're talking about.
It's true. And you made a great point earlier when you brought this up that, some of them might be living luxury in Qatar and everything after that. I'm thinking the top 3 destinations would be Qatar, if you're lucky, followed by Yemen, followed by Somalia.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd really want to get dropped off there if you're at the bottom of that list.
This is a place where I would love to see them go. I mean, I would love to see them I don't want them to live comfortably, I guess is my point.
Always looking over their shoulder.
I bet you know what? I was reading about, Dubai.
Oh,
know about Dubai, right?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know about Dubai?
Do I know about it? Yeah.
So Dubai is where you have people that go and they kind of live there very much under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
And so you got all of these, organized gangsters from all across the world. Well, they live in Dubai because they can get away with things in Dubai. So maybe they'll, shave off their beards and wear regular clothing and just try to blend in Dubai. I don't know. But I truly hope that through the IDF and however Israel can get it done, I hope that these people, Hamas, who it seems to me anyway that they're going to be able to get away with what they've done, I do hope that one by one justice will prevail.
Could you imagine, like every time you order, I wouldn't say pizza, but whatever food delivery service is coming to their door,
yeah,
they have to guess if it's a Mossad agent.
Mm-hmm. I think that'd be great. What's on that? What's on that pizza?
Yeah,
what I mean?
What's in the box, man?
Is arsenic in the secret sauce? You know what I mean?
They open it. There's a pager. They know what that means.
Today, the Israeli government is going to formally vote on the deal. The ceasefire will immediately go into effect. They say it'll take less than 24 hours for the Israeli troops to finish the withdrawal. Donald Trump, of course, has been pressuring both Hamas and Israel. And I think that a major selling point for Hamas was that Donald Trump basically threatened them with total obliteration if they didn't come to a deal. And so we'll have to see where this whole thing plays out. I did mention earlier in the broadcast, let's not forget that Donald Trump has been working on this since day one. He neutralized Iran. So Iran basically is no longer able to fund Hamas or Hezbollah and some of these other organizations. And Donald Trump took away a lot of their military capability as well, Iran. So he has done a lot of things to put all of this into action. And so I think it is a very proud day for the president. The super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Amazing.
Also, just an interesting side note, President Trump is going to Walter Reed Hospital on Friday, tomorrow, because he's having his checkup. And he can't leave to go to the Middle East. He's been invited to go, but it's his annual checkup. And he can't leave for that until he finishes this checkup. And, we know he's had trouble with a venous issue. And he's also been, if you have noticed, quite tired. When he's talking,
There have been times where it is clear that he's tired. But I'll take Donald Trump on his worst day over Joe Biden on his best day.
Absolutely. I just hope he's getting rest. I mean,
Yeah.
We all know the man doesn't really do a whole lot of sleeping and resting.
No, they say 3 or 4 hours a day is what Donald Trump gets as far as sleep goes.
All
right. There's a really funny story. Caitlin Collins was
I
actually
saw that.
talking about how you would think that it would be great to cover, the president, ride with the president on Air Force One. But apparently his staffers and the reporters hate it because Donald Trump is always up. And he's always wants to, wake somebody up out of a sound sleep to talk about stuff. It's very, very funny. Anyway, we are running way late. 6:54. Joan, what's coming up?
A Rutherford teacher who got fired after posting something about Charlie Kirk. She wants her job back, and she's gone to court for it. We've got the details on that coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:55. Lake lovers, listen up. Dan Mandis here. My friends at Tennessee National. This is an incredible lakefront resort, golf, and marina community. They're releasing a brand new phase of lake lots, one day only. That is coming up on Saturday, October 18th. If you've ever wanted to live by the lake right now is a great opportunity with my friends at Tennessee National. Now, I want you to listen to some of these deals. Cottage packages with boat slips. You got homes starting at $379.9. Home sites with 40-mile views and covered boat slips, they are starting at $99.9. And you've got a whole bunch of move-in ready homes as well and custom builds. They've got lot sizes up to 7 acres. And the amenities at Tennessee National, incredible. Pickleball, swimming pools, coffee shops, a big old marina, hiking trails, and a whole lot more. Now, don't forget, this is a new phased lot. It's going to be released on Saturday, October 18th. This is 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. Find them online. It is TennesseeNational.com. Call them and secure your private tour, 865-408-9992, 865-408-9992. Memories begin here at Tennessee National. It is spooky season, but don't be tricked. Let the home experts at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling treat your family right. Now, we're not going to ghost you. Join the Beehive Club for free. Just carve a pumpkin of Buzz the Bee, post it on social media, and tag Busy Bee. That's it. That's all you've got to do. Show off your carving skills and get rewarded. Now, if you need HVAC service, upgrade your thermostat and get a free dryer vent cleaning. Choose from our Honeywell Basic or Go Pro with Wi-Fi control. If you've got plumbing problems, we'll flush your water heater free with any plumbing repair. That is a treat for your pipes. Time for a new HVAC system. We've got a scary good deal. A free 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranty. That is a $750 value, complete with any system install. Don't let your home be haunted. Call Busy Bee today, where service is sweet and savings are scary good. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Tell them I told you to stop by. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. Online, busybeehvac.com. 615-775-7833.
Good morning now, 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Hamas agreeing to a peace deal that was designed and pushed by President Trump to end the war in Gaza and bring the remaining hostages home. This is how it sounds in Israel this morning in the place known as Hostage Square. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying it's a great day. He'll convene his cabinet today to ratify that agreement. He's also invited President Trump to address the Israeli parliament on Sunday. And if all goes according to plan, those hostages will be released on Monday. Metro Nashville police are trying to find the hit-and-run driver who killed a man in North Nashville Tuesday night. This happened near Robert Churchwell Museum Elementary School.
Officers say the man was walking down the road when a dark-colored SUV hit him and then drove away. The man later died at the hospital. Police have not ID'd him yet.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams, a Rutherford County teacher who was fired for her Facebook posts after Charlie Kirk was killed, is fighting back now. Susanna O'Brien's federal lawsuit says her First Amendment rights were violated. News 2's Kelly Milan.
One post criticized the decision to lower flags in his honor. Another post taking aim at the political activist, saying he, quote, spent his entire life disparaging immigrants, disrespecting women, and blaming black folks only to get shot in one of the whitest places on earth.
Her lawsuit says that these were posts on her personal account on her own time and on her own device. Her legal team filed a temporary restraining order asking to be reinstated immediately. There's a hearing tomorrow in federal court. Voter turnout wasn't so great this week for the special primary election for the 7th Congressional District. And Deputy Director of Americans for Prosperity, Tennessee's Michael Lotfie, that tells WTN's Matt Murphy that he's concerned that will linger into the general election.
The concern that I have is like the schedule of this election, like early voting literally is scheduled to happen during Thanksgiving.
President Trump endorsed Matt Epps and is up against Nashville Democrat State Rep Afton Bain. Early voting for the general election begins November 12th. It ends November 26th, and Election Day itself is Tuesday, December 2nd. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stocks this morning are trading mixed. The Dow futures are up 29, but NASDAQ futures down 6. The S&P futures gaining 1. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Jolts in a crash on Whites Creek Pike at Eaton's Creek Road this morning. 24 westbound is jammed. So is the eastbound side north of the city. 65, same thing. And 40 this morning, you're going to tap the brakes all the way into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. We have been covering, well, the government's still shut down. Isn't it amazing, by the way? We've been covering the peace deal with Hamas and Israel. That is obviously the biggest news story of the day. There are some other things that are going on. We are in, how many days now we shut down?
Nine.
And bunch of IRS people are getting furloughed?
Half of the agency is being furloughed.
Wow, half of the agency.
Yeah.
All right.
Good.
But remember that it was in January when President Trump took office that he took 25% off the top when he first came in. He said no more of this. So
yes, that's true.
It's a greatly depleted agency.
Already, anyway.
Yeah.
So
that the previous president wanted to add 85,000 agents to.
Yes.
Oh, sure. That was his
and
big
to
deal.
arm them.
Yeah.
By the way, we're talking about with the peace deal, just real quick, because I got some other things I want to do. But we're talking about the peace deal, and we're talking about the Nobel Peace Prize, and should Donald Trump get the Nobel Peace Prize? So Argentina's President Javier Milei has nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, Joan.
Yes.
And it's supposed to be announced in the next day or two. Now, I don't know if Donald Trump cares about a Nobel Peace Prize at this point. It does sound...
Benjamin Netanyahu also, he made a nomination. He whipped out his nomination letter at the White House as well. Azerbaijan's president has done the same thing. Pakistan's government announced it nominated him. He's been nominated from around the world.
He's a few thousand monks on the Cambodia border from stopping that conflict from fully evolving.
Mm-hmm.
They all nominated him. I think he says he doesn't care in the same capacity that a teenager says he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He cares.
I don't care.
Donald Trump doesn't care like Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon Osbourne didn't care about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Do you know what I mean?
So he was in Virginia, last month, and he was in Virginia visiting the troops. President Trump said this: everyone says I should get it. They'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing. They'll give it to the guy who wrote a book about the mind of Donald Trump. It'll be a big insult to our country.
You know what? So do you think that the Nobel Peace Prize people will acquiesce to the pressure? Because there's worldwide pressure now.
So the BBC has an article that says that what they actually expect them to do is say, well, listen, it hasn't been finalized yet, and the end result hasn't been seen yet. Right. So maybe he'll be nominated for next year. He's only solved 7 wars.
Yeah. No, but
within 9 months.
To that point, what other nations, especially to the Trump haters out there, what other nations have stepped up in this capacity to this end in this short a time?
Yeah, to end these conflicts that are ongoing.
Yeah.
And so I think that, to me, it is painfully obvious.
Yeah.
I think the reason, do you know why I think Donald Trump wants that Nobel Peace Prize? Like, I do. Do you know? Oh, I'm going to ask Eric Trump. Should it be my last question? 8:35, I'm going to ask Eric Trump. Hey, just between us, does your dad really want that Nobel Peace Prize or doesn't he? And what do you think he'll say?
I think he's one of the most media-trained people out there, and he's going to say exactly what his dad said before, that he doesn't really care about it. He would rather solve the problems than be recognized for solving the problems.
Yeah, but I think that for Donald Trump, and I say this as a Trump supporter, he wants to be recognized. We all want to be recognized when we work really hard. So, but I believe that the Nobel Peace Prize people, they've destroyed their credibility. And I don't know, if he doesn't get it this time, that will just tell you that the whole thing is a joke, has always been a joke. Corrupt may be another great way to say it. And we'll have to see ultimately what they do. We were joking earlier about how, I guarantee you that Trump was not slated to be the winner because they've already picked the winner. So, because they're going to announce it, I guess, in a couple of days. But based on the peace agreement between Hamas and Israel, and Joan is right. And by the way, I did say this in the 5 o'clock hour. We don't know where this whole thing is ultimately going to go. because there's still some things that need to be ironed out. The Palestinians, Hamas, they have put forward a list of names of prisoners that they want to see returned. And so there might be some sticking points there. So there's still some things that need to be ironed out. But, I mean, Hamas has come out there and they've said, hey, thank you to Donald Trump for trying to get this done. So, and I think with the leaders of Hamas, their ultimate thing, I don't know, do you think their ultimate goal, the leaders of Hamas, is it survival or is it the 72 virgins or whatever it is? Like which is their ultimate goal? Do they want to go see the virgins early, or do they want to survive here on Earth?
I think it's they're gearing up to, as I would term it, pull a sneaky.
Pull a sneaky and just they're
going to regroup like they always do when they get people back.
Well, and that is, Sam, the ultimate point, and it's a great point that you just made, which is something that we've all talked about, which is you can't trust Hamas.
Yeah, you're going
to. You can take the current leadership out of Gaza, but that doesn't mean that you can't, that anti-Israel, anti-West sentiment just runs very deep in Gaza, because the Palestinians, they've been taught for generations that the only good Israeli is a dead Israeli.
And they don't, there's no two-party system. If you're raised in this country, you kind of have a couple of ways you can go on your ideology based on where you're raised and who raises you. Over there, it's a one-way street. It is. Everyone understands the same thing. Whether or not that they're going to be fans of it doesn't matter, because if you don't comply, they have no problem using their own people as shields.
Well, exactly. That's their own people as shields, and children, women, the whole thing. So it is amazing, though. What does this say about J.B. Pritzker, and I don't even know who the governor is or the mayor is of Portland or Oregon, but what does it say about these blue cities and states where Trump can find peace in the Middle East, yet they won't work with them on trying to make their cities better? I mean, I think it says a lot. I've got great audio from a guy in Chicago who is calling out the Democrats at their just absolute absurdity. I've got that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 7:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. All right, 7:15 still on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, just very quickly, big honor for yours truly. We were joking about this earlier, but I've gone ahead and posted it now, where the Nashville scene has said that I am in second place as Nashville's best conservative. Number one on that list is literally none. So I am now officially, according to the Nashville scene, second to none. It's none. Second place is Dan Mandis, and third place is Marsha Blackburn. I'm not sure if I should say thank you to the Nashville scene, but because I'm pretty certain that's not a compliment.
I think it also it's a two-handed compliment, because on the one hand you're second to none,
sure,
but then on the other, you're out here doing real journalism, and they're making a mockery of you in the same breath.
I just want to know, who is this none person, and how do I knock him off so that I could be number one? All right, whatever. All right, this guy is in Chicago, and got video. He is in Chicago. He is calling out, as he should, he's calling out the Democrats, because Chicago is still a crap hole. Thanks to J.B. Pritzker, and thanks to Let's Go Brandon Johnson.
Black people in Chicago, let's get this clear for the record so nobody is confused, right? In 2020 and 2021, when Democrats, specifically Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, flooded Chicago with the illegal, undocumented criminal invaders, y'all didn't have nothing to say about that, right? When the mayor, Lori Lightfoot, gave them benefits, millions, prepaid EBT cards with $10,000 on it, prepaid Visa cards, 6 months worth of free rent, free healthcare, free childcare, y'all were okay with that. And then you all continue to be okay with it by going out and voting for Kamala Harris to continue what she was doing with the open borders, right? Now, Now that ICE is there to actually do something about it, right? With Trump's mandate, now you all are boohoo, whining and crying, complaining that ICE is coming to black neighborhoods. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
You know what? You got a black man. He's calling out his community, and he's laying it out. And everything that he's saying is true. And so now they're out there saying, you know, these folks in Chicago that it's racist for ICE to target those neighborhoods. The reason why ICE has to target those neighborhoods is because that's where the Lori Lightfoot and J.B. Pritzker and these other folks, that's where they put them, in the black neighborhoods. Remember that whole thing? Where I played you the audio. I don't want to go over it again, but you had people, black people from these communities, showing up at the alderman meetings or whatever they were. And they were mad as heck because the leaders of Chicago were going to raise the property taxes because they were out of money for all the illegal aliens. So, you know, I think that, and here's, you know what my bottom line is? I might get in trouble for saying this because idiocy comes in all colors. But if you are against ICE going into, or the Border Patrol going into your community to capture bad guys and make your community safer, if you're against that, you're just plain old dumb. Like you are either ill-informed or you're dumb or you're sick in the head.
Bingo.
Afton Bain, I'm talking to you.
Bingo.
Here's more.
Where else are they supposed to go when that's where y'all allowed them to go? You see, Democrats didn't put these illegals in Oak Brook or Oak Park or Evanston, in any of the white neighborhoods, yet you got the white liberals downtown protesting to keep those people there because they know that they're in black neighborhoods.
You know what's interesting? I saw a thing. It was on Twitter somewhere. I should have saved it. But they had it coming up in the next segment. I think I'm going to do it. Talking about Antifa and what Antifa has been doing and all these citizen journalists who have been documenting what Antifa has been doing. But there's all these mugshots of Antifa, right? The Antifa people that they have arrested. I don't think I saw one black person.
I know which one you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they all have some weird haircut for the most
They
part,
got a
or
weird
some weird
haircut,
makeup,
piercings.
Yeah,
you know, they got the thing in the nose. I forget what you call that thing, but no black people. Why are there no black people in Antifa? Now maybe there has, but I just don't see them. Yeah. Every time I see the mugshots, the array of mugshots, I mean, they're all white. I think it's because, you know, black people know better than to be part of Antifa. Maybe that's what it is.
I would 100% agree with that.
I don't know, man.
And y'all goofy. Y'all falling for this. Y'all voted for Kamala Harris, and now y'all are protesting ICE coming to black neighborhoods to remove these criminal invaders. Y'all are calling ICE racist for coming to the black neighborhoods. Well, why are they coming to the black neighborhoods? Because that's where you all allowed them to go. So tell me you a goofy Democrat plantation slave without telling me you a goofy Democrat plantation slave.
I love this guy.
And the crazy part is,
I love this guy.
They want to call ICE racist. If that man walked up to an ICE agent and said, "Hey, man, I just want to thank you for what you're doing," they would totally stop and shake hands.
Oh, absolutely.
And people don't get that.
Well, remember what I said. If you are against, if you're like a Democrat and you're saying that ICE is, in your neighborhood is racist, you're ignorant, you're dumb, you're not paying attention, or, all of the above. Like, again, I keep going back to Afton Bain. So there you go. TikTok. I keep wanting to play that as my final thing, my final soundbite every single morning. Just that all right. Monica says, "Hey Dan, you need a T-shirt that says second to none and a picture of your Marconi Award. That would be a really cool T-shirt."
Could use the AI-generated Halloween inflatable that I created. That'd be great on the T-shirt.
Yes, you could. Yes, we could. That's not in the budget for WTN.
No.
It's so funny. Every single, you ever notice this, Joan? And I'm not going to dwell on this.
Yeah.
Don't let me dwell on this.
Okay, yeah.
Joan, you know where I'm going with this?
I do.
every single radio station in this building, the employees walk around with all of their T-shirts and all of their station
merch.
stuff.
All
Their
their
They get
merch,
merch.
their swag.
Their swag.
Not us, man.
We got nothing.
Sam actually got something because he went and beat up the promotions guy to get a shirt.
Did you really?
I did not beat up anybody.
All right, you
Rich was fine when I left him. If anything happened, it's not on me.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go beat him up too.
I have some stuff that people have given me over the years. Because it's kind of funny. Radio stations, you're supposed to give your listeners things. Things are so bad at WTN as far as that goes. People are giving us merchandise. So I've got a really...
I got this in the 70s.
I've got a really cool tie-dye WTN shirt.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it is nice. It's very nice. I'm not... It's a very bright tie-dye. And I like faded tie-dye. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So, but I love that shirt. And another guy made Samuel made Mandis in the Morning T-shirts, which were also really cool. Oh gosh, funny story about that. And I can't get into it now. Maybe in the 8 o'clock hour, I'll talk about, don't let me forget, it was the most awkward moment that I've ever had as a human being. And I've been through a lot of awkward moments. I think we all know that.
I think not.
So we'll talk about that. But I would so love some WTN T-shirts. But that's okay. You know what? It's all good. You know why? Because I've got Joan and Sam every morning. Who needs T-shirts when you've got Joan and Sam?
Joan and Sam. We need T-shirts.
And you know what else? You know what? If we get T-shirts... I'm not going to say it.
And coffee mugs.
But you know what else? But do you know what else we have, Joan and Sam?
What do we have?
Our listeners.
We do.
And,
we do.
And you know, I don't do this job, you know, for the paycheck. I don't do it for the notoriety. I certainly don't do it to be second to none, according to the Nashville scene. I don't do it for all that. I do it for the listeners. Because our listeners are awesome. And they've been with us through thick and thin for many, 12 years I've been here. And I've met our listeners, and I'm not being sappy. I'm not being sappy. When the alarm goes off at midnight and I got to get up, I think, you know what? I'm not gonna sleep for another 15 minutes. I'm not gonna hit the snooze button. You know why?
I did today.
You know why?
Why?
Because our listeners are depending on us. Well, they're depending on me. Clearly, you don't care, Joan, because you hit the snooze button.
I'm sorry. Did you say something?
I'm a non-snoozer. Anyway, whatever. Joan, what's coming up?
The fight to stop crime in a couple of cities is going to court today. Also, the one thing that Tennessee Republicans are worried about in the upcoming special election in December. Those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:25 on WTN. Dan Mandis here for Vision for Life. You know, I've gone through a vision correction surgery. I went through Dr. Horn and the Vision Pros at Vision for Life. It is truly life-changing. I can tell you, personally attest to the fact that, yes, vision correction surgery through my friends at Vision for Life, it is something that is truly life-changing. Like many of you, I thought all vision surgeries were the same. I believed that everything was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I learned that Vision for Life offers a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's unique needs. Now, Dr. Horn doesn't just restore your vision. He restores your confidence and freedom. Freedom from glasses and contacts, and yes, those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading small print. So if you've been thinking about vision correction surgery, you've got to call my friends at Vision for Life and Dr. Jeff Horn. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Help them celebrate 20 years of providing 20/20 vision here in Tennessee by scheduling your consultation today. Make sure you mention my name, Dan Mandis, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime, visionforlife.com. 726 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mendes here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Don't forget, they've got a great special going on right now. It's the Big Daddy Trump Special. That's right. It's the greatest ever. $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. They're going to help you at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They helped me many, many years ago. I was an endorser. I was a client before I was an endorser at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. I came to Tennessee riddled with back pain. They fixed me right up, and over the years, I have been a loyal customer to these folks because at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they helped me, and they can help you. If you've got back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs or fingers or toes, they can help you with their state-of-the-art non-surgical spinal decompression therapy. No surgery, no spinal injections, no painkillers as well. Check them out online, painisbad.com. That's painisbad.com. $12 gets you a comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. 615-246-5009. 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. In two different areas of the country today, courts are taking up the issue of whether sending National Guard troops to quell violent crime is legal.
Here on the West Coast, the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals will today hold oral arguments on whether to lift a lower court judge's ban on President Trump deploying National Guard troops to Oregon. On Wednesday, the 9th Circuit said a ban on sending any National Guard into Oregon from any state will remain in place for now. And in Chicago, Chicago, there will be a hearing today in front of a federal judge to decide if the National Guard from Texas can move into Chicago without consent from the city or state. They claim President Trump and Texas are infringing upon Illinois' sovereignty. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Dolly Parton's taken to social media to reassure her fans that she is going to be okay.
Country music legend Dolly Parton setting the record straight after her sister, in a post on social media, asked for prayer, saying the singer has not been in the best health lately. Parton, in her own video post on Instagram, says she's been working hard on commercials for the Grand Ole Opry.
I know lately everybody thinks that I am sicker than I am. Do I look sick to you?
Concerns over her health swirling after Parton announced she would delay her upcoming residency performances due to some health issues. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Election 2025 in Tennessee. Voter turnout in this week's special election for the 7th Congressional District was pretty low. And Matt Van Epps, who won the Republican primary, tells WTN's Matt Murphy show that's concerning.
We need everybody. We've got to get everybody out. I totally agree. Those numbers are way too close, and we can take nothing for granted.
He's running against Nashville State Rep Afton Bain. Election day is Tuesday, December 2nd. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Jones, 733. Dan Mandis here. How do I depend on Xfinity? Let me count the ways. I've got a lot riding on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. You've got Riker, of course, all of that homework and gaming. Amy working all day long from home. And, of course, yours truly, always prepping and doing shows from my basement as well. All of that courtesy of my friends at Xfinity. By the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. And you know, with Riker in the house, he's 11, it is critical that we're able to check out exactly what he's watching. And with Xfinity, we can. You can depend on these folks as well. Check them out online anytime. Xfinity.com. Call them at 1-800-XFINITY or stop by a store today. Remember, Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY or one of their stores. Drop in anytime.
Problems on 24 westbound in Antioch already this morning. Westbound side at Hickory Hollow Parkway. There's a crash and the right exit lane has been blocked off by it right there at exit 60. In Glencliff, 40 westbound at Spence Lane. There's a crash in the center lane. And Joelton, working an injury crash there at Whites Creek Pike and Eatons Creek Road. Also, Talbot's Corner, heading northbound. Watch at Trinity Lane where there's a crash. And just one more for you in Brentwood on Old Hickory Boulevard, east of Stonebrook Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, we've been kind of joking about Nashville Scene naming me second to none, best conservative in Nashville. Came out this morning. You can look at my Facebook page or my Twitter feed. There was a big meeting of actual journalists yesterday. Did you hear about this? I thought this was great. I don't know if you saw any of this, Joan, but you have Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, President Trump, and others, and they hosted citizen journalists to talk about Antifa. And the question on the table was, should Antifa be considered a terrorist organization? Now, I believe that they should. And so one of the things that they did, and this is the President of the United States, taking time out of literally, when I say literally, I mean literally solving the world's problems. He takes time out of his day to listen to people like Nick Shirley. Now, Nick Shirley is a guy, again, citizen journalist. I would just say journalist. But this is a guy who has been threatened by Antifa many, many, many times. And he talks about the difference between what he does and the journalists on TV.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bussed to protest in D.C. and then in New York City.
So you got Nick Shirley and just what he's saying. One of the things that really surprised me about that comment was he's been to some awful places. But he talks about the most dangerous place he's ever been is in an American city with Antifa there. And he's talking about these Antifa members for such a loosely based organization, and I'm air quoting that, such a loosely based organization, they do seem awfully organized, busing the same people from place to place. Now, remember what Antifa is accused of doing, right? Trying to kill ICE agents, going after journalists like this guy, Nick Shirley, killing or hurting anyone who gets in the way. This is Antifa. And so Donald Trump, he's listening to these folks and he's trying to decide if, what kind of designation he believes that Antifa should have.
And people may wonder, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. It's the reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law.
Shocker, right? There's nothing that Nick Shirley is saying that we would say, oh, that's real surprising, right? Because you listen to talk radio. You pay attention to the news. I mean, this goes back to that whole conversation that we were having about what makes a real journalist in America today, right?
Did you happen to see Katie Davis Court?
I saw it. I don't have her audio, but if you want to pull it, I'd be glad to play that.
I don't have her audio, but I couldn't stop looking at her because she's with Post Millennial.
Right.
And she had this huge black eye. And I'm looking at her like, is that a black eye? Is it maybe it's a shadow from her hair? Like, I couldn't tell. Turns out she was out doing her work as a citizen journalist, and she got hit. One of the Antifa members used a flagpole.
Like a flagpole and hit her in the eye.
Hit her in the eye.
Yep. And we talked about that the other day where she's just like, this is what's happening. And if I remember right, the cops didn't do anything.
They didn't do a thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought she may have critiqued Katie Porter's potatoes.
Potatoes would have been an easier
Yeah.
throw.
But to your question, Dan, he's looking to label, according to Bloomberg, that he's looking to label Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization.
Yeah, foreign terrorist organization, which I believe that he should. And that was the whole point of Nick Shirley, where he says, I've seen Antifa in, London, I think he said. But remember where Antifa, and as you listen to this audio, and I've got a lot of it, realize ultimately they believe that they know where the money is coming from, and that is George Soros. And so this whole thing is designed to go after the money, to follow the money, right? That's what they need to do, is follow the money. If they can, and I believe that they can, prove that George Soros is the one that is funding Antifa, like a lot of folks say, well, then they've got him dead to rights, and I don't know what they charge him with. A lot of people have been talking about RICO charges and so forth. We'll have to wait and see. But none of this would be possible if it weren't for those soft on crime policies of these cities across America.
And why should these people be worried if the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous, and I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I love that. And one of the things I did notice as this conversation was continuing was you had a lot of these citizen journalists who they've been screaming about this for a long time. I mean, for many years. They got no traction in the mainstream media. They got no traction, obviously, with the Biden administration. No one outside of, people like us were paying attention, would give them any attention. And so when I say, wow, gee, who's a real journalist? Is it Caitlin Collins or is it, Jack Posobiec or Nick Shirley or Nick Sorter, right? I believe that it is the citizen journalists, the street journalists, whatever you want to say, that go out into the streets. One of my favorite moments was when one of these guys, one of these citizen journalists, calls out the media in the room to their face in front of Pam Bondi, in front of Trump, of course. Who else? It was Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, I think, was there, right?
Yeah.
With Marco Rubio's 15 different jobs, he was there as well. So I'm going to play that audio coming up next. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. At 7:45, as far as your weather goes, it's going to be nice. Beautiful day today. High of 73, feeling like 74. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, real quickly, I did mention Jack Posobiec, and he is going to be on with Chris Handit today after the news at 10. And Posobiec, he was there. at this roundtable meeting. So all of this is very cool. And I love that Trump is giving them a platform. And one of my favorite moments when all of this conversation was going on is a citizen journalist calls out the media in the room covering the meeting with Donald Trump. And he says, you real journalists, and I'm air quoting, you real journalists out there, you're not doing your jobs.
I'm attacked every time I do my job. When I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you is, how would you feel if every time you showed up to work, masked militants tried to kill you? Because that's how we feel. That's our lived reality. And you guys go and tell us that we're liars, the riots aren't that bad, right? I've never seen any of you guys on the ground. In fact, I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published.
Mm-hmm.
Stop saying we're lying. We're not.
Yeah, I love that, because that's one of the narratives they will say is, oh, well, you know, the same people that will say, well, crime's not a problem in Chicago. Crime's not a problem in Portland. They'll say Antifa doesn't exist. They'll say Antifa isn't a threat. Well, tell that to this citizen journalist who is literally threatened every single day.
We're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh, this is fine.
That's a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question.
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax or any outlet that resembles them. So I'll let you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly talking about.
Who would you say? Which network? Would
MSNBC
you say?
For sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree. They're
CNN,
terrible.
probably close. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rate it that way. Yeah, MSNBC. That's Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
That he allows that to happen is
go get him, Trump.
A disgrace.
Absolutely.
And CNN is second.
Yeah.
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not really a news site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick.
Yeah.
They're sick.
Yep, there you go, Donald Trump. And he is right, obviously. And I do, again, I love that Trump gave room to allow these journalists, these citizen journalists, to talk about how bad Antifa is. But, you know, these citizen journalists who they're getting beaten up. And some of this stuff is on video. Nick Sorter was on video. We covered that extensively yesterday. So now the question is this. What will designating Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization, what does it actually mean? Well, again, think about where this could ultimately lead. George Soros, right? So they can freeze the assets of Antifa, and if they can follow that trail of money all the way up to George Soros, then perhaps they can bring him up on some sort of charges. You know, a lot of these Antifa members, this is I find fascinating, is a lot of these Antifa people, they're like white young adults who live with their parents. They're rich parents, which is crazy. Consequences, again, if you designate them as a foreign terrorist organization, consequences perhaps can be more severe if you are found to be helping Antifa execute their vandalism, execute their assault, execute their terror. They talk about travel restrictions as well. When you read about this, there's a lot of people that do talk about how it is going to be difficult to pin some of this stuff on, Antifa and follow the money, because oftentimes the money is very localized. Although don't forget, so basically follow the money tree, right? Let's just say, for example, it's George Soros, where he's given money, they give money to local organizations or to state organizations. That money filters to local organizations, and that money filters to other organizations. And everybody plays the game. This is how they play the game. It is really difficult to track. And so I don't know if they're going to be able to do this or not. I don't believe that Donald Trump is blowing smoke. I don't believe that he is. I think that the president is trying to do everything that he possibly can to try to neutralize Antifa and ultimately get our cities under control. I loved what Kash Patel had to say. This is Kash Patel, and he is talking about working with Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, on following the money.
Every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
I love that. Kash Patel. I mean, I am more impressed with Kash Patel every day. Some people are going to scoff at that, whatever. Scoff away, if you will. But I think that Kash Patel is doing a great job. Also, let's not forget, I think Chris Hand, didn't Chris have this Ryan, is it Morrow, on his broadcast? Somebody told me that he was. This is the guy that did an investigative piece at his site, capitalresearch.org. And he was able to track George Soros and $80 million of funding going to Antifa. So coming up, I'm going to play you the moment that Donald Trump said, okay, you know what? I think what we're going to do is we're going to designate Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization. It seems like that was that decision was made right then and right there at that meeting. And I personally, if they can figure out a way to do it and figure out a way to get Antifa, that would be great. I think what they need to do is they need to simply start charging them like with hardcore felonies where it is no longer a badge of honor. Because remember, right now, it is a badge of honor for Antifa members to be charged and they go in and then they get bailed out. But they need to spend serious time in jail or prison. That's what needs to happen with Antifa. If you want to stop what's going on with Antifa, make them do real prison time. All right, there it goes. 7:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. All right, Joan, what's coming up?
I'll tell you about the local university attempting to block a new chapter of TPUSA. It's coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:54. Dan Mandis here on Super Talk 99.7, talking about my friends at the Glock store. It is October already. Now, time sure flies, and before you know it, the holidays are going to be here. Now, you know, the Glock store, they're known for great training. They're known for great firearms, but they're also known for great parties. I have seen them firsthand. If you're needing to plan a party for your company, maybe just for yourself, bachelor party, bachelorette party, whatever. Why not throw that party? And everyone is going to be talking about it. If you throw that party at the Glock store, why not? It is a great place to go, to shoot, to train. They've got a great kitchen. They've got a beautiful party room as well. They can host almost any size party from 10 to 100. And it comes with a dedicated shoot room as well, or rooms, depending on the party size, with personal, professional firearm instructors. That's why I love the Glock store. Now, don't forget to ask about the full auto option. That's right, the full auto option. When you call up about your party, inquire about your party, at the Glock store. Now, that is a party that your friends and your family is always going to remember. Just call the Glock store retail showroom at 615-682-6565, 615-682-6565, and ask to speak to the retail manager, or just stop on by to check it out for yourself, and she'll help you plan the perfect party, including catering. If you need it, you really should make your party plans right now at the Glock store. They sell out of the best days every single year. This year will be no exception. Plan the perfect holiday party at the Glock store, 615-682-6565. The Glock store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Contours. Listen, holidays are coming up. You know the holidays are coming up. Friends and family are going to be coming into town, or you're going to be flying out. Either way, you might be seeing people that you haven't seen in a while. If you feel like you don't look as good as you once did and you want to lose some inches across the middle, my friends at Contours, they can help you with a belly buster special. And right now, the first 10 callers to 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. First 10 callers right now get a belly buster special from Contours for only $99. Now, this is cutting-edge technology, red light technology. It is not only incredibly unique, but it is also effective as well. People have been coming from all across Middle Tennessee to check out Contours and these belly buster specials. Go to their website. You can see how this whole thing works. Red light technology, it is amazing. It is all the rage, and yes, it is cutting edge, and it is effective as well. So right now, take advantage of the special they got going on right now, the holiday special, $99 for the first 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960. For Contours. Find them online. It's contoursllc.com, 615-236-9960. For Contours, all you've got to lose is inches.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Celebrations in Israel and around the world today after the peace plan brokered by President Trump was accepted by Israel and by Hamas. Phase 1 pausing the fighting and releasing hostages. Qatar and Egypt officials also announcing an agreement has been reached on all terms and mechanisms. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has the latest.
The White House assessment of this first phase of a deal between Israel and Hamas is that hostages will begin getting released by Hamas on Monday. That's according to a senior White House official. In a social media post, the president said, quote, "This is a great day for the Arab and Muslim world, Israel, all surrounding nations, and the United States of America." He thanked the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for their work to make happen what he called, quote, "this historic and unprecedented event." Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
A stumbling block for a new TPUSA chapter at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. The Student Government Association voted against recommending approval of the conservative group on campus. But that's not the end of the story. It's up to the Dean of Students to determine if TPUSA chapters can be formed there. The Dean of Students' office released a statement saying in part that it will work to ensure the students are supported as they navigate the process. It isn't clear when the Dean of Students will make that decision. In Chicago, members of the National Guard now deployed overnight, but the growing friction in these communities remains.
After weeks of clashes, local officials in Chicago accuse ICE agents of using excessive force. This video showing agents shooting protesters with pepper balls, striking a Presbyterian minister in the head. President Trump is now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act, a 19th century law allowing him to mobilize troops to aid domestic law enforcement.
That's ABC's Alex Perez. That video, by the way, was shot last month, and those protesters who were shot with pepper balls have been blocking ICE agents' access to their facility. Big celebration on Broadway last night. Post Malone opening his new bar. It's called Posties. Channel 4's Braden Ross was there.
26,000 square feet of Post Malone-themed bar space is now officially open on Broadway, and the pop country star himself came to celebrate.
I just wanted to say this is a new chapter for me completely.
But while Post Malone fans are excited to hang out at Posties year-round, they came to opening night for another reason.
We came in expecting nothing and found out about this 2 days ago.
When Sharon Leem found out about Post Malone's free Broadway show, she got on the next flight out. Her fiance is braving a broken leg to be here.
Also, Post Malone picked up the bar tab for everyone there last night. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures, as their closing moments here, the Dow futures are down 8 points. The NASDAQ futures -3. The S&P futures are plus 2.5 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, we've got an accident in Glen Cliff, 40 westbound at Spence Lane. The right shoulder blocked off by at 40 westbound in Hermitage before Stewart's Ferry Pike, exit 219. That's a crash scene as well. And Brentwood, Old Hickory Boulevard, east of Stonebrook Drive. Got to watch out for an accident in that spot. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. What a day. By the way, breaking news, the president is going to hold a cabinet meeting after announcing the Israel-Hamas deal. At some point today, this hasn't happened yet, has it, Joan? The Israeli government, they're going to
take a vote.
They're going to take a vote, and they say that, can I tell you what I don't understand? So they just had a headline on CNN where they said that the ceasefire will, I guess, begin 24 hours after the vote. In this world of modern technology and instantaneous communication, shouldn't the ceasefire start immediately after they take the vote? I mean,
well, listen, to their credit, the people that the Hamas agitators, terrorists, they're afraid to pick up their pager and find out that things are, ending now. So
sure, I mean, for Hamas, but I mean, like Israel, it's like, okay, you know what? We got the peace deal done.
Yeah.
And so
you can stop shelling. Yeah.
Just save the money on the bullets.
I think it's 100% to put a defense strategy in place in case this turns into, I mean, it's
there are safeguards that need to be established before this happens.
You're swapping almost 2,000 people for 20-something that are still alive and 20-something that are dead. And I'm sure that Hamas would have no issue executing the rest of them, at this peace deal.
Yeah.
That's kind of where my mind goes to play devil's advocate, that they might use this as an opportunity to take out some top Israeli officials.
Yeah. Kind of like Benjamin Netanyahu did when those Hamas officials were in Qatar.
A little bit.
Listen, I'm not hating on Israel. I'm just saying that's what they did too. So whatever. I think I would have been more happier with that whole trying to take out the Hamas leaders in Qatar if they'd actually got them.
Yeah.
But they didn't even get, they didn't even get them.
Yeah.
That was the thing. So anyway, but again, very, very busy day, very happy day. We have the Argentinian president, Javier Milei, who has now nominated Donald Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. So that is great. So, and if you don't know what we're talking about, we've been covering it all morning long. I don't know when all this broke. I went to bed last night at about 5, and it was obviously after that. So I'm sure Murphy Show was able to cover some of this as well. But if you're just joining us, we have a peace deal between Hamas and Israel, and both sides have agreed, although there are some details that are still taking place. First question, Joan, make sure the first question that I ask Eric Trump at 8:35. Does your dad really want the Nobel Peace Prize, or doesn't he?
I don't know if that should be your leading question.
Oh, no.
No, I'm thinking maybe you save that for last.
Like the last one?
Yeah. Make that the disposable question.
In
if
other
you
words,
run out of time.
So here's the great thing. When you interview people and you ask them a question that you think might piss them off, it's always the last question.
Right.
Always got to be the last one. Because then if they get angry with you and they bail.
Right. Like
well, then
Katie
you're
Porter
not,
bail.
Then you're not tap dancing. All right, I'll save that for the last question. By the way, so did you see any, as a journalist, Joan, I'm assuming that you are interested in the citizen journalist talking about Antifa.
It was so amazing. That was really amazing.
Need some video, boys. So this was, I played audio. Jack Posobiec was in the room as this was going on. I played a lot of audio in the 7 o'clock hour on this. This was the moment, and Jack Posobiec is going to be on with Chris Hand at 10, and he was in the room. This was the moment President Trump decided, you know what? I think this is something we ought to try.
I have strong Trump derangement syndrome.
Actually, that's not it. But you know what? Just trust me on that. Because I actually like this part better.
Okay.
This was a woman who, and the reason I have it queued up is because I thought it was a great story. Have you ever heard of a Brandy Cruz?
Brandy Cruz.
Brandy
No,
Cruz
I don't know.
is a longtime local journalist. I think in Seattle.
Okay.
But she was one of these people that was riddled with Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. She was at this meeting yesterday as well, this little, what you call it, roundtable meeting.
Yeah.
And she was riddled with Trump derangement syndrome. And then she had that realization that, number one, fellow media members were lying about Antifa. She realized that, and it made her realize that she was backwards in her thinking. She tells this story to Donald Trump.
I have strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes.
Trump said, I agree. Did you hear that?
Yeah. By the way, it was during that event that Marco Rubio slipped him the note that said, hey, we've got a deal and I want to post something on your Truth Social right now so that we're the first to announce it. So it happened during that event.
And yes, and there's that, again, like I said earlier, as Donald Trump was solving the world's problems, he was listening to these citizen journalists.
Yeah.
That photograph, by the way, it's now, I think, an iconic photo.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Where Marco Rubio is whispering into Donald Trump's ear.
Doesn't it remind you of George
W. Bush. George W. Bush finding out about 9/11.
9/11.
Said that same kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Here's more from that former TDSer.
You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now, like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, you know, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. I have
You know what's interesting? She said she's a lot happier now. Because what do we know about TDSers, Joan? We know about TDSers that they are just, the hate just runs through the DNA of their body, right? And it's like, all the man is trying to do is help the American people. And so once she realized that her people in her industry as a journalist were lying about Antifa, lying about Donald Trump, it opened up this whole new door to her. And I think there's a lot of people like that. I mean, it's really, you ever actually, Joan, talk to people who didn't like Donald Trump and then they came around? I mean, Jody Barrett was one, right?
Yeah,
Where,
right.
I mean, he lost the election for the 7th, but he's still, in my opinion, he's a very good man. Interviewed him multiple times. But he went through that sort of conversion, if you will, where he didn't like Donald Trump, and then he did.
Yeah.
And you talk to those people that have gone through that conversion, and some of those folks are more diehard than the diehards. I consider myself a diehard. But some of those people is like they have been like this woman here. They've been on that other side where they had Trump derangement syndrome, and then they saw the light. They realize how wrong they were. And so now they're more passionate than maybe some other people who've been supportive of Donald Trump since day one. because they know how wrong they were, Joan.
I have to say that back in like 2015, I was not a Donald Trump supporter. I saw him as being just a blowhard, always out there saying, I think I'm going to run for president, and then doesn't do it. I didn't see him as being a plausible candidate. And then when I saw what they were doing to him, that's what made me go, hey, wait a minute. There must be something here that bothers them so much.
Yep, that's exactly right.
And that's what led me to, hey, wait a minute. This is like what happens behind the scenes is so, we have no idea how corrupt it is behind the scenes. And what they did to him in the 2016 was just insane. So to watch all that going on, I mean, that swayed me personally.
One of the questions that I'm going to ask Eric Trump, whose book is called Eric Trump Under Siege, My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation, is I'm going to ask him, are you surprised or have you been surprised at just how deep the corruption in Washington, D.C. goes?
Yes, good.
Is that better than does your dad want the Nobel Peace Prize?
I think,
or not?
there might
Maybe
be a little
lead
bit
with that
more.
one.
Mm-hmm. He might actually stick around for the rest of the interview if you ask him that one.
No, and by the way, Chris Hand, we're all going to be interviewing Eric Trump. Joan, if you've got a question.
Oh, good.
As a matter of fact, but Joan, if you try asking a question, I'm going to call you out as being a never Trumper for the first, few months.
Don't do that.
If you actually have a question for Eric Trump, send us a text right now, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. It is 8:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
I heard that.
All right, very good. At 8:17, as far as your weather goes, it's going to be a nice day. Some clouds, a high of 73, going to feel like 74. And I appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, Kristi Noem, the Ice Queen. Is it Ice Queen or Ice Barbie? I forget what they call her. But anyway, Kristi Noem.
Has something to do with Barbie, yeah.
All right. So she's been on the streets of Chicago and Portland and these other places. And she was asked about the Zach Bryan anti-ICE song, which we've been talking about quite a bit here in the last couple of days. This is audio only. This is what she had to say.
Listened to a little bit of it and extremely disappointed and disheartened, and actually I hope he understands how completely disrespectful that song is, not just to law enforcement, but to this country, to every single individual that has ever stood up and fought for our freedoms. He just compromised it all by putting out a product such as that, that attacks individuals who are just trying to make our streets safe. So, Zach, I didn't listen to your music. I'm happy about that today. Today, that makes me very happy that I never once gave you a single penny to enrich your lifestyle if you truly believe what that song stands for. But I am going to go out and probably download some Jason Aldean songs, John Rich songs.
There you go. Yeah, and I love that. Kid Rock is another one. Do you know that I don't know if I've ever actually heard a Zach Bryan song. I don't think I've ever actually heard one. But here's the lyrics. Remember, again, we talked about this. But it's a very controversial song, which is, being described as anti-ICE. And ICE is going to come bust down your door, try to build a house no one builds no more. But I got a telephone. Kids are all scared and all alone. And he goes on, the boss stopped bumping, the rocks stopped rolling, the middle fingers rising, and it won't stop showing. I got some bad news, the fading of the red, white, and blue. So he's definitely feeling some cancel culture. He is. But you know what I would say to Zach Bryan? Do you know how many, because everybody's anti-ICE, right? Do you know how many child predators ICE has arrested in the last several months, Zach Bryan? Child predators, okay? 1,500 at least. Do you know how many murderers ICE has arrested, Zach Bryan? 1,300 at least. Do you know how many drug dealers ICE has arrested, Zach Bryan? 3,000. So I think that there is a very inconvenient truth out there for the left about ICE. They are needed and they are necessary to deal with what Joe Biden let into our country. And it really is as simple as that. Hey, Joan or Mason, can you look up and see if Zach Bryan has written any songs about the murder of Laken Riley?
I'm going to guess that no.
I mean, I'll wait. Has he written any songs about the murder of Rachel Marin or Jocelyn Nungery?
No.
Probably not.
No, I'm looking. I don't see anything. Yeah.
Listen, I'm just curious.
Not that I can find here.
Yeah.
You're doing some hardcore Googling, are you there, Mason?
Deep search, and I'm on page 3 now, Google.
Todd Lyons is the ICE acting director. They asked him what he thought about all this.
No, I haven't heard it, but that's what America's built on, right? People can have their own opinions, write their own songs, and that's good for him. But he really needs to get his facts straight. And I think the American people who voted for what ICE is doing will see through that. I'm not going to give a platform to someone to promote their music, because what I'm here to do is make sure that everyone knows how brave and the great work the men and women of ICE do every day. And if he wants to write a song like that, so be it. I'm pretty sure it might not go well for him, because I think more people in the United States voted for what ICE is doing right now, and that's their law enforcement mission. We're enacting the laws made by Congress. We're out there keeping neighborhoods safe, and I think that's what we need to focus on.
I think I have a bold prediction, Joan. I think that because, Zach Bryan is now out there trying to neutralize the situation.
Yeah.
I think before this is all over, he's going to do a cover of Ice Baby. Zach Bryan, Ice Baby, to try and recover from the whole. Yeah. I thought it was funny. All right. That is a joke I will not be telling Eric Trump, who's going to join us at 8:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Myself, Chris Hand, if you've got a question for Eric Trump, whose new book, Under Siege, My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation, we'll be talking about that with Eric Trump coming up at 8:35. Joan, you're all in. If you've got a question, let me know.
Yeah, so John in Lawrenceburg just wrote in this question. Pending J.D. Vance serving 2 terms, so expecting that he will, will Eric run for president in 2036? Does he have any political ambitions?
Yeah, I think that's
you could just say that, yeah.
Do you have any political ambitions? Do you want your dad to serve a 3rd term?
Ooh, yeah.
Right? Is that a good question?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Do you think I should ask him about the Nashville scene designating me as 2nd best conservative in Nashville?
Second to none.
Second to none, because literally, if you're just joining us, it's been an ongoing joke. Nashville scene out this morning. I don't know how they do it. I don't really care, but they asked who is the best conservative in Nashville. Literally, the answer was none, but yours truly was second. Second to none.
I don't know if that was a nod to you or.
See, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how this whole thing, takes
Maybe
place.
We should call somebody there and have him on, ask him some questions.
Oh, that's a big no on my. I wonder if I get a trophy or a plaque or anything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, whatever. By the way, Marsha Blackburn was 3rd. So next time I have the senator on, I'm going to say, well, Marsha, you came in 3rd.
Ride my coattails, Marsha.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. All right, 8:24, and Joan's got the news.
Yeah, got some details of that peace plan that's been agreed to for the Middle East. Also, we're on day 9 of the shutdown. One federal agency has just lost 1/2 of its staff. That and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co. This is a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. They build pole barns, right? And these pole barns, they can serve as anything you need on your property, right? It can be a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, barn dominiums. You can live in these pole barns, and yeah, they are called barn dominiums. And these days at Stoltz Co., those barn dominiums are new and improved. They're offering you turnkey options. Now, here's what that means. They handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches. You turn the key, and friends, you are home. And right now, they also offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Now, your new pole barn from Stoltz Co., again, it can be used for anything. So if you've got some land that maybe needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co., 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com. A27, and listen, friends, I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. I was a customer before I was an endorser. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says at USS they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home, and he does give United Structural Systems 5 stars all the way. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you, like me, you're a satisfied customer. We guarantee our best. Call USS. They can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement and wall stabilization, foundation repair. 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. 8:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, real quick, Joan, we got Eric Trump on the line now. And Eric, welcome to Middle Tennessee and Nashville. How are you?
Dan, it's great to be on.
All right, so I've got my friend Chris Hand here as well.
What's up, Eric?
And we're all big fans of Donald Trump and big fans of what your family has sacrificed for the betterment of our country. So your book is called Eric Trump. It's the author, of course, you. Under Siege, The Family's Fight to Save Our Nation. Now, I've got so much I want to ask you, but let me ask you this. We're now, into your dad's second term. Have you been surprised at just how deep and devious the swamp has been?
Oh, there's no question, guys. I mean, there's no question. I'll never forget my father called us into the office, right? And he goes, kids, I'm going to run for president. Let's do this, right? Let's do it as a family. We've done everything together, whether it's, obviously build a business or, The Apprentice, and all of a sudden we were about to get into politics together. We always fought together and he said to us, he goes, we're going to learn who our true friends are. I'll never forget him saying that. Kids, we're going to learn who our true friends are. And by the way, they're going to hit us in ways that you could never possibly imagine. And God was you right, guys. And I wrote the book, right? I mean, I came up with the name Under Siege before Butler. And I mean, they did everything. 12 minutes after he was sworn in, the Washington Post comes out with an article. This is when the impeachment of Donald Trump begins. And that's exactly what they did. They impeached him the first time. They went after Kavanaugh. They impeached him the second time. They made up the dirty dossier. Hillary paid for it. They made up the Russia collusion hoax, right? I was right in the middle of that. I was the guy getting the calls, we have secret servers in the basement of Trump Tower that are communicating with Putin and the Kremlin and Russia. It was all made up. They weaponized every attorney general, every district attorney in the country to come after our family. They leaked our tax returns. They silenced us. They gagged us. 91 different indictments. They took my father off of Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. They let the Ayatollah, they let Boko Haram, they let everybody stay on these channels, but no, they ripped him off like an absolute dog. They went after, I became the most subpoenaed person in American history, 112 subpoenas. I have no laptop from hell. I have no illicit drug problems. I have no, and then they tried to kill him. They tried to kill him in Butler. Then they tried to kill him at the golf course again. They put our family, they put our nation under siege. That's what they did. They wanted us gone. They wanted us off that stage. They didn't want our voices to be loud, no different than you saw with Charlie Kirk 2 weeks ago. They wanted us gone. And I would have never guessed, guys, that the swamp could be that mean, that vicious, that ruthless. They tried everything, and thank God they lost.
So, I mean, you've outlined the nonstop chaos, which we've all witnessed with our own eyes, but I wonder how the family has stayed grounded through all this, especially given all the young kids in the family. Like, I'd understand it's kind of easy for you or Don Jr., easier, but for the young kids in the family, how are you keeping them grounded through the middle of this?
Well, I think, first of all, anybody who's young, you keep them the hell away from the fight, and frankly, you hide them from it. I don't think it was lost on either of my children as I'm sitting next to my father in New York, for months on end in courtrooms. By the way, we've won every single one of those court cases. I mean, we lost them all at the first level. We won them all in the appellate courts. They were all thrown out because they were all nonsense. But they saw me sitting there next to him every single day. I think they're probably a little bit numb to it and probably don't quite understand the way the world truly works. And I thought for us, I think we just have the genetics that, listen, first of all, guys, we didn't have a choice. I mean, right. They want to throw us in jail. They want to bankrupt us. They want to take our voice. They want to make sure that we were dead, right? So, if you're not willing to fight, you probably are all of those things. You probably are bankrupt and dead and gone and totally irrelevant. And that's exactly what they wanted. So, listen, we did what we did, do best. We had a loud voice and we went out and we fought every single day. And believe me, that's not an easy, prospect. And in the book, I talk about it. I mean, there's a point we came out of the courthouse in New York after, a guilty verdict was read 34 times. And I, my father goes, listen, honey, I don't know how, but we're going to win this whole thing. And he meant the court case. He meant the entire presidency, the election. And I said, Dad, there's one of two options. We're either going to be in the White House or we're going to be in a jail cell, because that's exactly, if we're doing nothing wrong, by the way, but that's exactly what these people will do to us. It's the White House or a jail cell, and thank God it was the former.
Amen.
Yeah, hey, Eric, this is Joan. I'm wondering, if you all look into the future and think about, at some point it won't be a Republican administration anymore; it'll be a Democrat administration. And do you fear future prosecution of your family, fake prosecution for you or your family?
Oh, Joan, it's like the only game they know. Well,
Yeah.
of course I do. And by the way, that's so sad, right? They know two games, and the two games they know is corruption and identity politics, right? I mean, you remember my father, ran for the first time. He's anti-Semitic. It's like, it's kind of funny because I have a Jewish sister, and my father's been the single greatest president for Israel, as you saw last night with this whole, peace deal. But, and then he's a sexist. Like, that was kind of funny. Like, his first campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, was female and won the election, and then Susie Wiles, is female. The only two times that's ever happened in our nation's history, and then he's racist, and I mean, they did they've tried to use identity politics, and they've lost that game. And when they lost that game, they tried to use corruption, and fortunately, they've lost that game as well. And in the process, by the way, they've negated actually the voice of the mainstream media in this country, which is totally irrelevant. Like, independent voices like yours are winning the day now. NBC is ABC, CBS. Their ratings have all gone to hell. No one trusts them as you watch 60 Minutes doctor interviews of Kamala Harris to try and give her some kind of advantage because she couldn't get through a coherent sentence. And so people have lost, faith in the media. You have the Joe Rogans that are coming up, and all of a sudden they no longer, they're wrong on the policies, and they no longer have the voice box that they did before, and they're in chaos, and there's no leader. And now you have, my father throwing so much lead in the air on so many different topics that they literally can't counter-narrative any of it. And it for me, as a guy who is probably the person who took the most arrows in the siege, other than maybe my father, but in a certain way, I certainly from a subpoena standpoint, I probably took more. It is so much fun to see how effective he's being, having kind of won this fight and won this battle for America.
There's a lot of Eric Trump, by the way, joining us. The book is called Under Siege, The Family Fight to Save Our Nation. And you had a much publicized interview with one Chris Cuomo the other day. And I played the audio, and I find it fascinating that you have people like Chris Cuomo who they'll say that your dad and the Trump administration is going after his political opponents or political enemies, not even considering the fact that maybe the political enemies have actually done some things that are really bad or really wrong, really unethical, and actually crimes.
Well, in terms of Chris Cuomo, like the great irony, my sister was sitting, in the room, and I just saw her when he asked the question, just put her forehead in her hands and just start shaking, and she knew what I was about to do, right? And I think the entire world saw that clip. Elon reposted it about 3 seconds later, but I teed off. The great irony is Letitia James went after us for $600 million trying to destroy our company. Yep. The great irony is Letitia also went after Andrew Cuomo, Chris Cuomo's brother, and threw him out of the governorship of New York like a dog, and then threw Chris Cuomo off of CNN, ruined his career. And then I get to listen to a guy sit on the other side of the thing, to tell me how the weaponization of government isn't real. She threw his brother out of the governorship and then announced her candidacy and ran for the governorship. And this is a guy on the other side who's telling me that weaponization of government doesn't happen. You can't help but otherwise shake your head. But that clip went viral to say the least. And this is the kind of craziness we've had to deal with as a family because.
It made you look really good, and it made Chris Cuomo look really bad. I just, says the guy who's a Trump supporter and a big fan of what your family is doing. But one of the things that I thought was interesting is the timing of your book, because your family's fight, I believe, is clearly not over. And I think that there's a lot of potential within the Trump clan. So let's talk about you. Do you have any political aspirations?
Oh, God. Hey, don't give me nightmares, guys. It's too early in the morning. Listen, I think we've gotten very good at it. I think we've developed a really confident voice. I think we understand this country. I think we understand the people. I think we understand the issues incredibly well. And I think people realize that as a family, we haven't backed down. But, guys, the siege I talked about in the book, and so I never want to say never to anything, right? My father, 20 years ago, he was asked the same question. He always said, only if it got so bad that I had no other choice. And it got so bad that he had no other choice. And I think that answer would probably be, the same for me. But, guys, the siege wasn't just against us, meaning as a family. It was against this entire country. There's not a single one of your listeners out there, probably all of you, that in some way, shape, or form wasn't debanked, wasn't taken off of social media, wasn't silenced in some way, didn't have, their pastor at their local church have their bank accounts disappear or get targeted by the IRS or have their companies get weaponized for some reason because they were selling a product that some bank didn't agree with, right? We were all targets of the siege. We were all targets of, First Amendment violations. They came after all of us viciously. If we disagreed with the swamp, with the establishment, they came after so many people in this country, probably just about everybody listening to the station right now. And so everybody felt it. Everybody knew what was happening. And I think it's the reason that 2024 was such an unbelievable blowout, and by the way, no one actually believed what happened in 2020. No one actually believed that Joe Biden, a guy who didn't leave his basement, got 16 million more votes, than Barack Obama did, charismatic guy, whether you like him or not in 2012, really, and so people were pissed off in this country and people came out and it was the greatest resounding kind of comeback in history. And my father, I'm going to end with this, but my father wrote a great book. It was, The Art of the Comeback. It was first The Art of the Deal, The Art of the Comeback. I mean, you want to talk about the art of the comeback. 2024 was truly the art of the comeback because everybody counted him out. And it was one of the great victories ever.
All right. So Eric, I've got to ask, how much time do we have with you? You gave that. I'll end with this. Do we have a couple more minutes or no? They never told me if there was. Okay, good.
Let's do it. Come on.
Well, I got a question for you. So you kind of laid this out a moment ago. It is a little bit bigger than your dad at this point. When did you guys realize that this wasn't just about your dad, but this is a cultural fight that we're in this country?
Yeah, I mean, when they started letting, men my size swim in women's sports, why don't we start there? When they started letting 6'5", 215-pound guys swim in women's collegiate, sports, that's when I started realizing it's a cultural fight. When they weaponized the IRS to go after churches in this country, that's when I realized it was a cultural fight. When they were handing our entire country, the keys to our nation, the keys to our economy to China, that's when I realized it was a cultural fight. I mean, when they were weaponizing every aspect of the government, including, by the way, the Democrats' process over there. I mean, look at Joe Biden. They threw Joe. No one even talks about this, guys. They threw Joe Biden out like he was a dog. Less than 24 hours later, Kamala had 2,400 delegates. They were perfectly in line with her. Now, this is the first person to have to resign off of the stage in 2020 because she had zero support, and all of a sudden she becomes the heir apparent of the democratic process through a very non-democratic process, right? This is a cultural war. I mean, they've targeted our free speech. They've gag ordered us. They've censored us. They've influenced social media. They've gone after, again, our religious institutions. They've gone after our family values. They've gone after, our children. They've tried to indoctrinate our children. They've tried to teach revisionist history in class. They've tried to confuse our kids as to whether or not they're boys or girls or something in between. They've destroyed they certainly destroyed our economy. Look at inflation. Look at gas prices. Look at energy prices. Look at consumer confidence under Joe Biden. Yeah. Guys, it was all going to hell. Our military was going to hell. We had the lowest recruiting numbers in the history of our nation when Joe Biden left office. And then guess what? Under Hegseth and my father, in 3 months, it went to the highest. That's when I realized that they were trying to destroy this nation, and that's why we fight so damn hard, guys. We don't need this job. The last thing I need to be doing is running my mouth about politics. But we love red, white, and blue. We love this nation, and we can't see it slip away, to these imbeciles and these incompetent human beings who frankly are all corrupt.
Eric Trump is our guest. The book is Under Siege, My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation. Eric, sometimes when you are in the middle of something, you don't realize how important it is that you're doing. Does your dad or you or the family or the administration, do they realize how historic, in my opinion, this administration is going to be?
Yeah. By the way, it might be the best question I've had in a very long time, and the smartest question, because I actually think about that internally all the time, but I very rarely voice it. It's I mean, looking back at the fight, it's hard to believe what we've accomplished and what's come of it. I mean, you have peace in the Middle East as of last night because of everything we accomplished.
Praise God.
This would have never happened had we had not won, right? Mm-hmm. You have the greatest economy in the history of the country right now by far. It's because of what happened, and you certainly wouldn't have had that before. I mean, you saw the jobs numbers under the last administration. They were lying. They lied about 800,000 jobs. So So 100%. At the same time, I think you're so desensitized to the fight. It's just like we become soldiers in the fight, and sometimes we often forget almost who we are and the meaning behind, what we're doing. But guys, that's not just us, right? I mean, we're all part of the fight. This entire country, the entire MAGA movement, this wouldn't have worked without your voice. This wouldn't have worked without my voice. This wouldn't have worked without Charlie Kirk's voice. This wouldn't have worked without the voice and the backbone of every single listener, that you have that was probably loud at work, when they were skipped over for a promotion based on some DEI nonsense criteria. And, I mean, the entire country at this point has spoken and has spoken decisively. And so, yeah, sometimes I think you have to pinch yourself. You do. You have to pinch yourself and step back and try and look from above. Sometimes you spend so much time fighting that you actually forget that you're in the ring, if that makes sense. And, it's one of those things I probably have to do a better job of. But, I think we were put here for a purpose. And, I certainly hope and think that we'll remember fondly for the fight that we've undertaken.
Absolutely. So you mentioned it's kind of been like an all hands on deck effort. Who's been the most underrated ally in this movement for you guys, and who's been the most overrated critic?
Oh God, underrated ally actually until his assassination probably would have been Charlie. I mean, I remember Charlie coming to my office. He was 21 years old, and he told me about how he was going to change the student bodies of every college in the country and change the hearts and minds of all college kids. And I'm not saying I want to roll my eyes because it was, smart guy, very smart guy, great mission. But you're they're saying, wow, that's pretty lofty, aspiration. So certainly Charlie, I think would fill that, that first category. Now I think, post what happened to him, I think he's gotten the credit that he deserved.
Yep.
In terms of people that are overrated, guys, how much time do you have? I could go through a list of the amount of people who do absolutely nothing, but will show up to the black tie events, and pretend to be something, they're not. And so, I mean, that list is, as they said in Top Gun, it's long and distinguished. But we would be here all day.
So let me ask you one more thing. You and Laura seem to have such a terrific, close-knit family. So you've got all this chaos going on around you all the time. What keeps you two grounded with your family?
So she's the best Trump by far. She's killing it. She's just so great. I mean, she never came out of politics. She was in media before. She was a producer at CBS, when I met her, but on the good side of the table. And, she did a lot at Inside Edition. And, she jumped into a political fight and just had an amazing voice. And my father asked her to take over the RNC, and she was mocked by the Democrats. Oh, ha, 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 look at this, nepotism. Laura Trump's going to take over the RNC. And then she cleans their clocks, right? I mean, she absolutely cleans their clocks. But, the greatest mother you'll ever imagine. Despite everything she does, the shows, the RNCs, the everything, I mean, it takes the kids to school every morning, picks them up, never misses a soccer game. I mean, she'll wake up at 3:30 in the morning to make sure she can accomplish everything she needs to in other parts of her life, but she never skips. I mean, she's Wonder Woman. She really is. She's an amazing wife, amazing mom. Obviously has an amazing career, and it's very hard.
All right, so
I'm gonna say something. Maybe it's very hard to do all those things.
We'll make sure she gets a clip of this, just so you'll have a great weekend.
Yeah, by the way, I won't be in the doghouse if she hears this.
Exactly.
And by the way, and Trumps are very good at being in the doghouse.
All right, let me ask you this. You have a couple of kids and what looks like an amazing family and great family life. Is there one piece of parenting advice, maybe a little nugget that you took away from your dad?
Yeah. Give your kid a job and don't give them free time. I mean, it's very simple. It's like that's what I think. I had a mom from communist Czechoslovakia, tough as hell. I mean, you want to talk about tough, almost an Olympic skier, put up with zero nonsense. I mean, zero. Beat the crap out of us if we stepped out of line, which is exactly what all of us need as type A kids, right? And obviously my father, it was tough and, expected the best. He was tough in a very different way. But listen, starting at 11, I was on construction sites. I was cutting rebar with acetylene torches. I was demoing walls. I was running conduit. I was doing electrical, HVAC. Wow. And I was making $3, $4 an hour doing it. And guess what? By the end of the day, you were exhausted. I worked for, a stonemason crew for a couple summers, and literally they'd laugh at you if you wore gloves, right? Like, they'd give you a couple drops of olive oil. They were Italian guys. They'd give you a couple drops of olive oil at the end, and olive oil could cure cancer in these guys' eyes. And no, at the end of the day, first of all, you didn't want to go out because you were exhausted, you were tired. you just want to go to bed, right? So that took up your time. Second of all, it taught you a skill. Third of all, if you worked your butt off all day and you made $30, the last thing you're going to do is go buy a handle of vodka, or you're going to go, buy some illicit drugs. I mean, Hunter Biden probably could have taken these lessons, to heart, but it's why none of us. I mean, I think universally, even Hillary Clinton will say this as much as, she probably can't stand any of us. She's always said that, Donald Trump raised, great hardworking kids, who are smart, and, not a single one of us ever went off the rails. So I think I'm trying to emulate it. I think it's a harder recipe to emulate than it sounds, but make sure your kids are always doing something productive. Make sure they don't have idle time, especially if they're type A, and make sure they have a job, teach them a trait and teach them that early. And the best thing that ever happened to me, my father was an amazing father, and put up with zero nonsense, and expected a lot from his kids, and expected his kids to work hard. And that's who we still are today. It's ingrained in our DNA.
Love it. Okay, I've got one last question. Of course, we all know about the Hamas-Israel peace deal that has been negotiated, is still working on it. Does your dad care about the Nobel Peace Prize or not?
I'm pretty pissed off about this whole thing because I think he should get it. I actually tweeted it last night. You retweet this if you think Donald Trump should get the Nobel Peace Prize, and it was retweeted like millions of times. And yes, he should get it. I mean, guys, I've personally been there. It's really funny when you're inside the ecosystem, you see a lot of things that just aren't apparent on the front pages. I've seen my father stop wars. I've seen him call leaders when people are literally launching artillery shells across some visible line between two countries and say, listen, you're going to stop this. And there was one this summer. I was there for it. Then he calls the other guy. You're going to stop this. America's your largest trading partner. Honestly, we're not going to take it. You're going to stop this. We're not going to have death. We're not going to have destruction. Right? I mean, he's stopped 5 or 6 wars this year alone, and then you add obviously, obviously last night. Not to mention making sure that Iran never got a nuclear weapon because they would have used that against the Western world and killed unthinkable amounts of people, et cetera, et cetera. And yet, Barack Obama is the one that's getting Nobel Peace Prizes. I don't understand. The people who bring us into these 2-decade-long wars are the people getting these Nobel Peace Prizes, yet the people who work tirelessly to keep us out of war are overlooked every single time because of the committees and because of the politics behind it. And he deserves it. And I think the committee for the Nobel Peace Prize will literally be, I mean, they'll be laughed at if they don't give to him at this point. Everybody knows that he's the impetus behind peace in the Middle East, behind the Abraham Accords, behind the ending of so many wars. I mean, that's been his entire mantra. And by the way, the safety and security of streets around this country, as you saw in Washington, D.C., I think if he didn't get it, I think the Nobel Peace Prize process would become a laughingstock to the entire world. So ultimately, I think he will.
Fingers crossed. Eric Trump, the book is called Under Siege, My Family's Fight to Save Our Nation. Thank you for taking the time out to speak to folks in Nashville, Tennessee, and good luck
Eric.
with the book.
Yeah, man, we appreciate it.
I love being on.
All right. Eric Trump.
Eric Trump.
Hey, can you, Mason, can you get that audio bite where he said that was the best question that he's been asked in a long time, the question that I asked? Can you put that on a little thing? Because
Did he say that?
He did say it.
Isolate that.
Whatever. Joan Jones, you heard him say that.
I'm very happy that you asked him the question about the Nobel Peace Prize. Good for you.
Thank you. Very good. He is really well grounded. Like I do like Eric Trump.
Also, low key, shout out to Dan, because Dan sends me a text the other day, and he's like, "I got Eric on." He's like, "You're in on it," and you didn't have to do that. So thanks for letting me and Joan butt into the interview. We appreciate you, man.
Yep,
absolutely.
For sure.
Well, I appreciate you. 8:54 in Nashville's Morning News, Window Nation. October is here, so is the return of chilly air seeping into your home. Now, that means that it's going to get cold in your home if you have old, stuck, or cracked windows. Eliminate those annoying drafts with top quality replacement windows from my friends at Window Nation. I've got 4 in my home. Now, they have some of the best replacement windows out there. They've got a great deal going on right now. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. There is no limit as to how many windows you can replace, and your total price includes 1-day installation. But wait, there's more. Make no payments for 2 years. No monthly payments, no down payments, and no interest until 2027. That is a very big deal for the holidays coming up. Check them out, Window Nation. That phone number is 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. Dan Mandis here for Zentex. Listen, a great way to increase the value of your home is a bathroom upgrade from Zentex, a great company that has a great deal just for my listeners. How about converting your bathtub into a walk-in shower? Now, they can do that, and for listeners to my show, you can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. Now, Zentex, they've won awards for ethics from the Better Business Bureau, and last year they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry. Remember, happy employees mean great customer service. Now, remember that great deal? $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. Find them online, Zintex, Zentex.com. By the way, when you mention WTN, you get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. Zintex, Zentex.com. Hey, by the way, just so you folks know, if you missed part of the interview with Eric Trump, we're going to isolate that interview, right, Mason? So let's isolate that interview, and we'll go ahead and post it anywhere and everywhere that we post such things. And watch us on YouTube and like and subscribe. All right, 8:58. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. If you have a special occasion coming up, you need a special gift, and Brentwood Jewelry is your place to go. For the lady in your life, guys, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. For the men, you got your money clips, you got your cufflinks. They've got watches for everyone and every budget. My friends at Brentwood Jewelry, they are here for you. They've got great merchandise, terrific prices for every budget, and Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of the Mandis home. A great family-owned business. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store, again, of my house. They are here to help you. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com.